Chapter 1168. Those with monthly tickets, please help me buy one. I'm in urgent need of monthly tickets. When Di Shitian said the words ninth move, coupled with his previous words, almost all the primordial godfiends could sense the determination in his words. That kind of confidence, that kind of certainty, that kind of unquestionable. However, although the Supreme Emperor's word was domineering, it only allowed him to gain the upper hand in the battle. It was definitely not an easy task to rely on the Supreme Emperor's word to kill Dao Lord Massacre, unless he was willing to spend hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to slowly wear him down to death. However, this was clearly inconsistent with the 10 moves. If he couldn't kill Dao Lord Massacre in 10 moves, the Shifter Emperor would undoubtedly be shooting himself in the foot. He would be humiliating himself. At this moment, more and more primordial godfiends had gathered. Some even used powerful methods to record the battle in front of them. However, they also had a trace of doubt about Di Shitian's 10 moves. What a terrifying Shifter Emperor. The Shifter race is indeed a race that specializes in producing monsters. Back in the ancient times, they were so strong that they almost didn't fall behind, but they were still able to produce such a terrifying emperor. That divine ability of his isn't the golden mouth of jade, the silent meditation, or the ordinary great prophecy technique. It seems to have fused all the divine abilities and has a supreme aura. This divine ability is definitely ordinary and heaven-defying. Rumor has it that when one's strength reaches a certain level, one can create their own unique divine ability. Moreover, it's extraordinarily powerful. I can feel that the power of this divine ability is definitely not something that can be measured now. It will definitely continue to grow stronger. The 5 Elements Patriarch's expression was extremely solemn. Ever since he saw the 5 Elements plate condensed in the void, he had an extremely shocked feeling in his heart. He could feel that the power of the 5 Elements plate was even stronger than his full-strength attack. Di Shitian's weight in his heart had risen again and again. However, at this moment, almost all the primordial godfiends opened their eyes wide, afraid that they would miss a moment. They all wanted to see how the Shifter Emperor could kill Dao Lord Massacre in 10 moves. Boom boom boom. At this moment, Dao Lord Massacre was thoroughly enraged. Streaks of terrifying blood-colored sword lights burst forth with a torrential killing intent, shattering all of the incoming attacks into smithereens. Di Shitian, you deserve to die. Dao Lord Massacre took a deep breath and said coldly, ever since I created the Massacre Sword Codex, I've never used this supreme sword. You should feel honored to be able to die under this move today. This sword strike is the true method that I dare to use to preserve my life in front of the Primeval Supremes. Slaughter Sword Codex, myriad swords destroy the world. Dao Lord of Slaughter's feet suddenly moved, and the blood sword in his hand danced. This strange footwork looked abnormally strange, as if it was some kind of dance. The blood sword in his hand danced, and as the sword light flashed, a slaughter sword dance quickly appeared before everyone's eyes. In his hand, every sword strike contained the essence of slaughter, bringing with it an unparalleled sense of beauty. It was as if the thick smell of blood had a gorgeous color. Streaks of blood-colored sword light that could be said to be at the peak of slaughter flashed continuously. Every sword strike condensed into a blood sword out of thin air. It flew up into the sky. One after another, each sword could be said to be a terrifying Armageddon sword. On each of the swords, countless scenes of slaughter appeared. Scenes of gods and devils being killed flashed continuously. In the blink of an eye, countless blood swords gathered together, vaguely forming a wheel, and vaguely condensing into a terrifying blood-colored millstone. In the millstone, a vast Armageddon force surged out like a tide and rolled in all directions. With just a slight rotation, the surrounding space was immediately cut into pieces. Not even a fragment was left behind. The aura of a supreme being continued to surge out from the millstone. The power of this sword strike had completely reached the level of a Primeval supremacy. Rumble. This terrifying blood-colored millstone continued to rotate, and a suction force swept Dao Lord Massacre onto the millstone. The sword dance in his hand did not stop, and blood-colored killing swords were constantly integrated into the millstone. As his sword dance continued, the millstone's rotation speed continued to increase. As it rotated, The void of the entire five hells demonic domain roared violently. Countless spaces were constantly distorted. Amidst the terrifying Armageddon force caused even the five elements Patriarch Concord, and the other Primeval Godfiend's expressions to change drastically. They all retreated at the same time. A fatal aura shrouded them deeply. They completely felt the terrifying destructive power of the Armageddon sword wheel. Ultimate Emperor Immortal. Seeing this, Di Shitian felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. Without thinking, his emperor body shook, and 12 immortal divine rings appeared from his flesh and blood, setting off his mighty emperor aura. Countless emperor voices reverberated around him. With a thought, the tombstone in his left arm was cleansed by the emperor blood. It suddenly collapsed. It turned into small fragments of a picture. Within the fragments, countless godfiends were performing all kinds of shocking battle techniques, which quickly merged into the flesh of his left arm. In the blink of an eye, his entire arm turned purple gold, and even the demon veins could be seen clearly. Every inch of his flesh seemed to be made of countless crystals. Within each crystal, a vast godfiend was performing a peerless battle technique. The explosive power gathered in his arm, constantly attacking and cleansing his body. The 12 indestructible divine rings immediately condensed on his left arm. The power in his hand rose to a terrifying level at an unbelievable speed. Sakra, watch as this seat exterminates you. Rumble. The incomparably huge Armageddon sword will continue to rotate, appearing above Di Shitian's head and crushing downward with incomparable dominance. The space below the sword wheel was instantly shattered, and the Celestial Emperor's canopy was pierced through. Like the Armageddon sword wheel, it was going to crush him into powder. The vast pressure was enough to force a half-step sovereign to kneel down. This emperor will kill you with one punch. Di Shitian stood straight on the chariot, his black hair dancing wildly behind him, exuding an insolent and domineering aura. His eyes were filled with arrogance. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at the destructive world-destroying sword wheel with his left arm. This punch carried the essence, chi, and spirit of his entire body. With this punch, 2/3 of Di Shitian's imperial aura indestructible true force was completely depleted. Outside his left arm, countless images of godfiends deducing battle techniques flashed continuously. It was like a terrifying torrent. At this moment, the entire primal chaos seemed to have lost all sound. There was no sound at all. Everything was concentrated on the fist and the sword wheel. Rumble. When the fist landed on the sword wheel, the terrifying power of destruction caused countless blood swords to spin continuously, wanting to completely crush the arm. However, on the spot, they were destroyed inch by inch. An unstoppable force spewed out from the fist. Rumble. Even the Armageddon sword wheel only lasted for a few seconds under the fist. Spiderweb-like cracks spread from the fist to the entire Armageddon sword wheel. In the blink of an eye, the entire Armageddon sword wheel crumbled like a piece of ceramic and was annihilated inch by inch. After the fist that was filled with Supreme Emperor aura shattered the Armageddon sword wheel, it did not stop and landed directly on Dao Lord Massacre. Bang! Impossible. Slaughter Dao Lord could no longer maintain his composure. His face was filled with disbelief. However, under the fist, he only had time to let out a furious roar before his entire fiend god body was blown apart by the fist. Even his divine soul was instantly blasted into pieces, turning into countless fragments. His entire consciousness was washed away by the countless godfiend battle techniques and was completely destroyed. Crack. At the same time, the Imperial Aura indestructible talisman in Di Shitian's arm began to crack like a spider web. It seemed to be in danger of collapsing at any moment. Heavenly Emperor Furnace, refine the Massacre Dao Lord and merge it into my body. Help me reach the peak. Roar, roar, roar. The primordial 9 dragons let out an excited roar as the entire Celestial Emperor's chariot reflected a dazzling divine light. At the same time, an unimaginable suction force was unleashed as the shattered body of the Dao Lord of Massacre was sucked back into the Celestial Emperor's furnace. Boom, boom, boom. The Massacre Dao Lord was extremely powerful. Even though his consciousness had been destroyed by the punch, every inch of his flesh and blood still contained a terrifying instinctive will. After being sucked into the heavenly emperor furnace, how could he be willing to be refined? He violently slammed into the furnace, wanting to escape completely. Escape. Refine. Di Shitian stepped on the chariot and poured a surge of pure imperial aura, indestructible true power, into the chariot like a tidal wave, activating the heavenly emperor furnace. Suppressing the massacre Dao Lord's godfiend body. The heavenly emperor furnace was activated. Pure purple Emperor Yuan Qi continuously spewed out from the cauldron. Every single wisp transformed into a purple true dragon, entering his body through his pores and pouring into the imperial aura indestructible emperor talisman. It was quickly refined into pure imperial aura true power. Every inch of his body was jumping with joy, emitting waves of imperial aura. With every breath, the true power in his body was increasing at an alarming rate. The 12 indestructible divine rings were also crushing the emperor's body again and again, refining every last bit of impurities. His cultivation base was rapidly approaching the peak of the half-step sovereign realm. 10 moves. He said 10 moves and killed the massacre Dao Lord in 10 moves. He even cruelly sucked the massacre Dao Lord's body into the furnace and refined it, using it to increase his own cultivation base. This was like pulling out the tendons and flaying the skin, not sparing a single trace. All of this happened abnormally fast. So fast that even the primordial godfiends could not react in time. The unforeseen event happened too quickly. When the apocalyptic sword wheel appeared, almost all the godfiends were certain that even if the shifter emperor did not die this time, he would suffer unimaginable damage. Who would have thought that at the peak of the massacre Dao Lord's power, he would be smashed into pieces with just one punch? 10 moves. Not one more, not one less. He was really dead. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1169. Dao Lord Slaughter. Was he really killed by a single punch? The joyous Union Old Ancestor turned his head to look at the 5 Elements Old Ancestor in disbelief. His face was filled with astonishment and horror. Good. What a terrifying demon emperor. That punch was so powerful that it was unbelievable. Even the Armageddon sword wheel, which was comparable to an attack from a Primeval Autarch, was shattered with a single punch. Even Dao Lord of Slaughter was smashed into pieces. The power contained in that punch was probably the strongest attack even among Primeval Autarchs. Rumor has it that emperors are the best at concealing their strength. I thought that the unique ability from before was already his strongest move. I didn't expect him to reveal such a terrifying trump card at the end. I really don't know how many more terrifying trump cards he's hiding. The 5 Elements Patriarch's eyes were filled with amazement. He looked at Di Shitian, who was currently devouring and refining Dao Lord of Slaughter, with a hint of respect in his eyes. Even if the Yarrow race has declined, they are still not to be trifled with. Especially the spirit of the Yarrow race. It's not inferior to us Primeval Godfiends. After refining and devouring Dao Lord of Slaughter, the Yarrow Emperor will probably advance to an unfathomable level. I wonder if he can become a ruler. The path to becoming a ruler is simply too difficult. Since ancient times, countless geniuses with supreme talent have been blocked on this path. A Primeval Godfiend sighed, acknowledging Di Shitian's strength. However, he didn't think that he could become a ruler. It was simply too difficult to become one. Even though every Primeval Godfiend was said to have the greatest aptitude in the world, there were still only 9 Primeval Autarchs. Haha, what a powerful Yarrow Emperor. It would be a great pity if I, Punisher, didn't go and befriend such an expert. 5 Elements Patriarch, do you want to go with us? The burly man in beastly clothes was called Punisher. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also full of interest as he invited with a laugh. How can I, the 5 Elements Patriarch, miss out on such an expert? Let's go together. The 5 Elements Patriarch's eyes flashed and he immediately agreed. There was also a cautious look in his eyes. Why don't you count me in? At this time, an elegant young master walked out from the primordial godfiends. He was dressed in white and held a folding fan in his hand. There were paintings of peerless beauties on the fan. Each of them could be described as a peerless beauty, born from the heavens and earth. She had a strange sense of beauty and an elegant temperament. If Prince Cherishing Flower is willing to come with us, then that is naturally for the best. When the Five Elements Patriarch saw the sudden appearance of this young man, he did not look down on him at all. Instead, he smiled and agreed. The flower-cherishing prince took a step forward and stood beside the Five Elements ancestor and Xing Yu. His gaze fell on Di Shitian and seemed to contain a profound meaning. He muttered to himself, "This demon emperor's battle prowess is unfathomable. However, there seems to be the aura of the heavenly pill on his body. Could it be that he had taken the heaven-mending pill? If that was the case, then it would not be difficult for him to become a sovereign. He was someone worth befriending." Unlike some of the primordial godfiends who wanted to befriend Di Shitian and the entire demon race, there was also a large group of primordial godfiends who quickly fled into the distance. They used various methods to spread the news of the battle. An earth-shattering storm seemed to be brewing. However, at this moment, an inconceivable change was occurring in Di Shitian's body. The Massacre Dao monarch was originally one of the strongest experts below the primordial supremes. His strength had reached an unimaginable level. In terms of accumulation, if not for the barrier in front of him, he would have been able to become a sovereign. Experts like these were all sucked into the furnace of the Celestial Emperor, where they were continuously refined. It turned into waves of Emperor Dragon essence that flowed endlessly into his body like an endless river. The Royal Emperor True Force in his body was constantly pushed forward. It was rapidly advancing towards the peak of the half-step sovereign level. The originally empty space in the 12th rank Black Lotus was constantly being filled. Waves of purple-gold Royal Emperor True Force were rapidly increasing. Gradually, it was about to completely fill the 12th rank Black Lotus. Then, just as his true power was steadily increasing, Yi Zichen suddenly changed his mind. All of a sudden, 108 Royal Emperor True Acupoints opened up around his body. Originally, it had already condensed into a ball and transformed into a strange chaotic-colored giant egg. It had been constantly beating at a fixed frequency, undulating like a heart. Unexpectedly, after the vast Emperor Dragon essence was poured into its body, it began to tremble. All of the Royal Emperor True Acupoints strangely shot out chaotic divine light. Thump! Thump! Every Royal Emperor True Acupoint was beating violently. A strong suction force burst out from the acupoints without warning. Immediately, all of the Emperor Dragon essence that entered his body was sucked into the 108 acupoints. Not a single strand of it entered the indestructible Emperor Talisman. The growth of his cultivation stopped immediately. Dong dong dong. All of the acupoints were like dry sponges. No matter how much Emperor Dragon essence was refined in the heavenly Emperor furnace, it would all be sucked into the acupoints. At the same time, a vortex appeared out of thin air in the nether prison. This vortex transmitted an irresistible suction force that covered the entire 19 levels of nether prison. Suddenly, all of the soul power in the countless souls in the nether prison turned into soul light spots that drifted out like fireflies. It was like a peerless expert suddenly dispersing his cultivation. All of the power in the souls, including their consciousness, dissipated in an instant. All of the knowledge in their minds condensed into jade books that contained their lifetime memories. In the end, in an instant, only a fist-sized soul imprint was left behind in each of the souls. All of the soul brands were like the most basic existence of life. They were quickly thrown into the vortex. In the blink of an eye, countless soul brands were swept away. At the same time, in the chaotic void in every acupoint, a vortex appeared. A whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Then, multicolored soul imprints shot out from the whirlpool. The power that was devoured by Tao Lord of Slaughter entered the acupoints and strangely formed mysterious towering trees. At the top of the trees, like a bird's nest, they enveloped the Dharma idols that were in the process of being nurtured. The mysterious trees had countless branches, and the soul brands were like fruits that quickly rushed toward the trees. They hung on the branches. They were constantly absorbing powerful nutrients from the trees. They flickered like stars, but also like fairies. Faint hymns of praise echoed. They also seemed to be worshipping the Dharma idols at the top of the trees. My soul, my soul. Damn it, why didn't you leave one or two for me? It's empty. The nether prison is empty again. Dark watched as all the soul brands were swept away in an instant. Although the soul power released by the soul brands doubled the size of the nether prison and its inner world in an instant, he felt like crying when he looked at the empty nether prison. The huge nether prison suddenly became empty. Only the prison guards were patrolling back and forth. It should be noted that after years of continuous capture and extraction of divine souls, including the annihilation of the WN Shou imperial dynasty, the nether prison had absorbed nearly 1 trillion divine souls. Among them, the weak ones were not worth much, but the strong ones were the souls of ancient overlords. Except for those divine souls suppressed in the plate of reincarnation, none of them were left. It could be said that they were completely consumed. Although he felt that this change might be beneficial to Di Shitian, when he looked at the empty nether prison, his eyes turned blood red. Rumble. Vast amounts of Emperor Dragon essence kept pouring into the 108 acupoints, the mysterious tree, and finally the soul fruits that looked like stars. The soul brands made the soul fruits shine even brighter. Di Shitian was shocked by the sudden change in his body, but he did not panic. Instead, he quietly watched and felt the changes in each of his imperial true acupoints with his mind. He felt that after devouring a huge amount of energy and a large number of soul brands, each of his acupoints had faintly formed a world of its own. There seemed to be some kind of inconceivable change in them. He did not know what was going on. However, he instinctively felt that this change seemed to have some kind of indescribable benefit to him. My acupuncture points began to transform after I consumed the heaven-mending pill and completely created the Book of Imperial Shocking the World, as well as the unique divine ability of the Supreme Emperor's speech. It seems like there is a mysterious principle that I don't understand. Di Shitian took a deep breath as a thought flashed through his mind. Rumble. The accumulation of the Slaughter Dao monarch was so enormous that it was difficult to estimate. Even with the strength of the Celestial Emperor furnace, it took nearly 2 hours to completely refine it and quickly devour it into the Imperial True Acupoints. It did not leave a single trace for Di Shitian. All of his acupoints were as terrifying as the Dao Tai. It's a pity that I'm only 1 step away from the peak. Di Shitian opened his eyes as a look of regret flashed through his heart. At this moment, his cultivation base was just a little bit away from the peak of the half-step sovereign realm. He was still a little bit away from breaking through to the sovereign realm. The key was the aperture acupoints in his body. At this moment, he wasn't sure if the aperture acupoints would absorb all the absorbed energy during cultivation. If that was the case, it would be troublesome. Bloodkill Emperor, lead the Bloodkill Guards and clean up the battlefield. Take the slaughter warships. Di Shitian ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Blood Dove did not hesitate. He quickly led the Bloodkill Guards to clean up the battlefield and take the slaughter warships. After the death of the Slaughter Dao monarch, the warships were completely silent. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidyen. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1170. Those with tickets, please help me. Congratulations, Monster Emperor. Once news of your slaying of Dao Lord Slaughter spreads, Your Majesty's name will probably spread far and wide in the chaos. There is no primordial fiend god in the primal chaos that doesn't recognize Your Majesty. This old man is the 5 Elements Patriarch. I admire Your Majesty's might and have come to pay my respects. At that moment, space distorted and the 5 Elements Patriarch walked in with a smile on his face. He raised his hand and congratulated Di Shitian. His tone was very humble. Beside him were Patriarch Joyful Union, Prince Cherishing Flower, and Prison. That's right. Dao Lord Slaughter roamed the primal chaos and was insufferably arrogant. Now that Your Majesty has killed him, Your Majesty's name will surely shake countless fiend gods in the sovereign god realm. I am Prison. I wonder if Your Majesty can give me a cup of wine? Xingyu said with a carefree smile. This little one cherishes flowers. I wonder if we can pay our respects to Your Majesty? The flower-cherishing young master smiled in a scholarly manner as he bowed slightly and spoke. That's right. After today, Your Majesty's name will surely spread throughout the primal chaos. I wonder if you think highly of the 5 of us. Let's gather together. Patriarch Joyful Union's eyes were faintly flickering with evil, but his words still didn't dare to offend Di Shetien in the slightest. The scene of Di Shetien killing Dao Lord Slaughter was still vivid in his mind. That kind of supreme emperor's might made it so that no one dared to casually look him in the eye. The 4 of you have come. My demon court is full of splendor. We have fine wine and delicacies. We are willing to share them with you. Di Shetien looked at the 4 primordial fiend gods in front of him. His mind spun rapidly, but he didn't sense any hostility from them. When he heard that they seemed determined to befriend him, he naturally went with the flow and immediately agreed. In the primal chaos, how could one not come into contact with the primordial fiend gods? Blindly killing wasn't the true path of a king. Did he really have to kill every primordial fiend god he saw? The primordial fiend gods weren't existences without foundation. The 9 primordial sovereigns behind them were definitely not ordinary characters. They were peak experts on the same level as rulers. Moreover, he would come into contact with them sooner or later. Weren't the 4 people in front of him the best targets? If I want to know more about the primordial chaos, I'll have to find the primordial fiend gods who live in the primordial chaos all year round. Di Shetien thought to himself. His Majesty wants to hold a banquet for honored guests. Tell the Imperial Kitchen to prepare the best delicacies as soon as possible. Use the ingredients from the sacred reincarnation spirit tree as much as possible. Take out the 10,000-year immortal wine and the 100-flower immortal wine. Jade Lake is holding a banquet. Chen Shi heard the conversation between Di Shetien and immediately ordered the maid behind him. Yes, Your Highness. A maid quickly turned around and left. Please. Please. Di Shetien gestured, and the group started to walk towards the Jade Lake. In a pavilion in the middle of the Jade Pool, a jade table was already filled with fragrant wine and delicacies. Di Shetien and the others took their seats one by one. Chen Shi, Di Yang, and Di Yu'er were sitting beside him. They glanced at 5 Elements Patriarch and the others curiously. They blinked their eyes. This must be the Demon Empress and His Majesty's little crown prince and princess. Her Majesty's looks are really rare in the world. The flower-cherishing prince glanced at Chen Shi's face before immediately shifting his gaze away. He did not continue to stare at her, but he continued to praise her. He had already imprinted Chen Shi's appearance into his mind with a single glance. Although we're not prepared to meet the crown prince and princess, we can't be impolite. Here are 2 small things for you to play with. 5 Elements Patriarch smiled. He took out 2 spiritual treasures that emitted primordial aura and handed them to Di Yang and Di Yu'er. In Di Yang's hand was a fiery red bead, in which there was a mysterious sleeping divine puppet. The aura it exuded was that of a primordial spiritual treasure. In Di Yu'er's hand was a ribbon. The ribbon was like a river of flowers, emitting the fragrance of hundreds of flowers. It was also a primordial spiritual treasure. Since you've accepted the gifts, why don't you thank Senior 5 Elements? Di Shetien nodded and gestured for them to accept the gifts. Thank you, Senior. 2 tender voices rang out. The banquet began naturally and the atmosphere was exceptionally harmonious. Moreover, the food and wine on the table were all made from the food of the divine reincarnation tree. Every dish could be said to be a supreme delicacy in the heavens and earth. Even in the sovereign divine domain, it was difficult to taste such delicacies. The Flower Prince and the others couldn't help but drink to their heart's content. In particular, the 10,000-year-old wine made them drink to their heart's content. They couldn't stop themselves. They were extremely satisfied. After 3 rounds of wine, the 5 Elements' old ancestor put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Sakura. Your Majesty, do you know that although you killed Dao Monarch Massacre today, you also caused a huge trouble at the same time? It's quite a big disaster. If you're not careful, it could be a disaster for your entire clan. The moment he opened his mouth, it was a shocking sentence. Oh, I'm willing to hear about it. Di Shitian had been waiting for this moment. He knew too little about the primal chaos. Even though he knew a little from my Shin, he only had a preliminary impression and understanding of the primal chaos. He didn't even know about the various factions in the primal chaos. In the primal chaos, among the primordial fiend gods, Tao Lord Massacre was ranked in the top 10 of the investiture of the gods. He roamed the primal chaos and was almost unparalleled. Countless experts fell to his sword. He also made countless enemies. Logically speaking, as long as they joined forces, no matter how strong Tao Lord Massacre was, he couldn't escape the fate of death. However, he still lived without fear. The Five Elements Patriarch spoke frankly, but his expression was growing more and more serious. Your Majesty, do you know the reason? The Flower Prince and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. Could it be that there's some expert hiding behind him who can cover the sky with one hand? A primordial sovereign. Di Shitian's eyes flashed as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He muttered to himself. That's right. Your Majesty's wisdom is truly unparalleled. Patriarch Concord laughed strangely. The reason why no one has ever dared to join forces against Tao Lord Massacre is because when Tao Lord Massacre was born in the primal chaos, he was born from a large egg. However, Tao Lord Massacre wasn't the only one that was born from the egg. There was another one as well. They could be said to be twins, brothers connected by blood. Tao Lord Massacre was the younger brother, but the other was the older brother. His older brother is one of the 9 primordial sovereigns, the Lord of Judgment. He controls the judgment of the heavens and the earth and possesses supreme authority. Your Majesty's killing of Tao Lord Massacre will most likely enrage the Lord of Judgment. When the time comes, what will sweep over us will be a towering rage. This is a calamity that will be difficult to resist. Rumble. These words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in his ears. A hint of shock flashed across Chen Shi's face, but his expression didn't change much. Di Shitian remained seated in front, as steady as Mount Tai. He wasn't moved in the slightest. As an emperor, no matter how shocked he was, how could he show it on his face? However, in his heart, he was still secretly surprised. Good, this is really good. I didn't expect that killing Emperor Octopus would provoke Tao Lord Massacre. After killing Tao Lord Massacre, another primordial sovereign would appear. It seems that this emperor is forcing me to become stronger, forcing me to become a sovereign. It seems that I need to carefully consider whether or not to go to the sovereign divine realm. Di Shitian took a deep breath. No matter who it was, he didn't fear half-step sovereigns. However, true primordial sovereigns were on a completely different level. There was no comparison at all. He was certain that if he were to face the Lord of Judgment now, he would most likely be struck to death. Most importantly, the tombstone couldn't be used anymore. All of the Emperor indestructible imperial talismans in his left arm were already cracking like spiderwebs. These Emperor indestructible imperial talismans had already reached their limits. If they couldn't withstand any more force, they would completely shatter. Therefore, the tombstone's power couldn't be used for the time being. Unless he could break through to the sovereign divine realm and transform his body again, not only would he be able to fully recover, but he would also be able to fuse the tombstone into his body. He wouldn't be in this state of half-dead. So what if he's a primordial sovereign? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. This emperor has never been a coward who doesn't dare to fight back. Emperor Octopus wanted to enslave me, so he died and I lived. Tao Lord Massacre wanted to kill me to avenge Emperor Octopus, so I refined and devoured him. I'm still alive. So what if he's the Lord of Judgment? If he really comes, this emperor has never been afraid. Who will truly know who will die and who will die without a fight? Di Shitian's eyes suddenly shot out 2 terrifying rays of light. When Prince Cherishing Flower, who was sitting across from him, saw this, he felt as if his entire mind was about to submit to him. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This was truly too domineering and terrifying. Heh. Yarrow Emperor, I, Xingyu, cultivate the Tao of Xingyu. In the primordial chaos, there aren't any prisons that I can call the shots in and administer punishment. I haven't made much progress in my cultivation. I see that your demon court is filled with many living beings and is extremely prosperous. I wonder if there's a place suitable for me. If there is, then I, Xingyu, will stay in your demon court for the rest of my life. I'll join your demon court. Xingyu looked at Di Shitian in a straightforward manner, not bothering to hide anything as he asked this question. That's right. I, 5 elements, am rather bored of staying in the primordial chaos. I don't dare say anything else, but I'm proficient in alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and diagrams. My cultivation ranks within the top 10 in the primordial chaos. I wonder if your majesty would be willing to take me in. The 5 elements patriarch said without bothering to hide anything. His intention to seek refuge was exceptionally clear. The demon court is filled with beauties. I, flower-cherishing prince, plan to stay here for a while longer and enjoy the unique sights, the flower-cherishing prince said. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1171. Although the primal chaos was a level higher than the purple gold continent and the demon god continent, the resources and even the rare treasures in the primal chaos were far more plentiful and abundant than ordinary worlds. However, there was one downside. In terms of color and number of living beings, the Chaos world couldn't compare to a world like the Violet Gold continent. Even the races created by powerful Archean fiend gods could only exist in unique worlds like islands and grottos, which separated the world inside from the primal chaos outside. Without reaching a certain level, they couldn't enter the primal chaos. Once they did, they would be devoured by the primal chaos energy and transformed back into primal chaos energy. Not only in terms of prosperity, but also in terms of race and civilization development, it was unusually monotonous. Although primordial godfiends were individually powerful, they couldn't compare to the natural living beings of the world in terms of reproduction. Countless experts forged divine artifacts. Some did it for themselves, some to establish a place for their race to reproduce, and some to pursue combat strength. However, divine artifacts also had potential. There were only a handful of immortal artifacts like the autarch divine realm that could rival the Violet Gold continent and the Fiend God continent. In the eyes of the 5 elements patriarch and the others, the demon court was an incredible existence. Not only was it incomparably suitable for the survival and reproduction of all living beings, but the laws of heaven and earth inside were nearly half complete. Countless laws formed a net of law that enveloped the entire demon court. There was space inside. The number of living beings inside had reached an astonishing level. It was growing with every passing moment. It was as powerful as the Violet Gold continent. It wasn't impossible for such a divine artifact to reach the immortal rank. Moreover, after seeing Di Shitian kill Downlord Slaughter, they could clearly sense that the Yarrow Emperor before them had great potential and immeasurable prospects. Apart from Ancestor Joyous Concord, the other 3 all requested to stay. Among them, the 5 elements Patriarch and Punisher didn't hide their desire to seek a position in the demon court. TSK, good, very good. There are primordial godfiends who want to follow you, lunatic Di. These people are not mediocre. Quickly take them in. It'll be of great benefit to entering the chaos. When Ming heard this, he immediately woke up from the grief of having all of his soul swept away, and he immediately jumped up in joy. They cried out in excitement. Brother Di, this old man and this big guy aren't lying. They really want to follow you. You can take them in. However, this pretty boy seems to be hiding something. TMPH, we need to observe carefully. Juana suddenly appeared and sat on Dark's head. Her snow-white legs swayed back and forth as she tilted her head to look at Indra. She was the device spirit of the virtual illusory land, and any deceit and falsehood could hardly escape her eyes. All right, since the 2 of you are willing to join the demon court, how can I not allow it? Indra nodded slightly, and the smile on his face disappeared in an instant. His body naturally exuded the aura of a supreme emperor as he said, 5 elements prison, heed my command. There was a kind of majesty in his voice that could shake the heavens and myriad worlds. In an instant, The Five Elements Patriarch and Prison felt as if an invisible pressure had appeared on their shoulders. However, he did not resist. Feeling the Emperor's aura, he straightened his expression and stood up respectfully. Just now, they were able to laugh and talk freely at the banquet, and their behavior was unruly. That was because they didn't have a monarch and subject relationship. Now that they had made it clear that they wanted to join the demon court, then Sakura was the monarch, and their identities were subjects. Otherwise, it would be disobedience. Since they wanted to join the demon emperor, they were naturally prepared. Five Elements Prison awaits your majesty's command. They all knelt down on one knee. Five Elements Patriarch, since you are knowledgeable in formations, pills, and refining, and your cultivation has reached the peak of an unparalleled expert, my demon court has 6 divisions and 8 pavilions. You may not be able to adapt to the positions of the 6 divisions. The 8 pavilions are the Rare Treasure Pavilion, the Immortal Brew Pavilion, the Formation Pavilion, the Forging Pavilion, the Alchemy Pavilion, the Scripture Pavilion, the Jubao Court, and the Purple Heaven Pavilion. Among them, only the Scripture Pavilion, the Purple Heaven Pavilion, and the Rare Treasure Pavilion have not had suitable candidates. Now, I'll give you a choice. Which pavilion do you want to enter? Di Shitian also valued the 2 primordial godfiends who took the initiative to join the demon court. Naturally, he also gave them considerable respect. As he spoke, he also explained the positions of the 8 pavilions one by one. When the Five Elements Patriarch heard this, his eyes could not help but flash. After pondering for a while, he said with certainty, although I am an primordial godfiend, my cultivation is not bad. However, the Purple Heaven Pavilion is where the strongest forces of the demon court are cultivated. I believe that my talent in battle is not very strong. I have learned a lot, so the Rare Treasure Pavilion should be more suitable for me. The Five Elements Patriarch had learned a lot, so he naturally had a unique talent for appraising rare treasures. Even though one of the 6 departments was in charge of finance, the amount of money generated by the Chixian Pavilion was far more than the amount of money generated from the normal taxes collected. This was in charge of finance and did not need to be too tired. He had a lot of time to do what he wanted to do, such as refining pills, refining weapons, and so on. It was quite similar to his personality. Good. In that case, I hereby appoint you as the Pavilion Master of the Rare Treasure Pavilion. Your salary will be 150,000 demon coins per month, and you will enter the demon sealing list. Your fate will be Ancient Demon God. As soon as his voice fell, the demon sealing list hanging on the demon sealing altar in the demon court immediately flashed with a strange light, and a real spirit was extracted from the Five Elements Patriarch out of thin air. Thank you, Your Majesty. When the real spirit entered the demon sealing list, the Five Elements Patriarch immediately understood the benefits he received. When the real spirit entered the list, even if it died in the future, it could condense a body again. It could be said to be immortal. What an honor! Waves of ecstasy emerged in his heart. He thought to himself that he was right to enter the demon court this time. Prison. Since you attach so much importance to prison matters, what you cultivate is related to the path of prison. Being in charge of criminal and prison will be of great benefit to your cultivation. In the demon court, there is a heavenly prison. The heavenly prison is divided into 18 levels. Each level holds prisoners of different cultivation realms. All along, there has been no suitable person to be in charge. In that case, I hereby appoint you as the Lord of the heavenly prison, with the title of Prison God, to suppress the heavenly prison. Your salary will be the same as the Five Elements Patriarchs. After you go, immediately start operating the heavenly prison. Di Shitian once again conferred the title. When Prison heard this, he was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his thanks. This subject thanks Your Majesty for conferring the title. I will definitely manage the heavenly prison without any flaws. A trace of his real spirit was also extracted by the God sealing list. During these years in the primal chaos, Prison had cultivated the path of prison. Although his battle strength was tyrannical, his progress in the Great Tao was relatively slow. There was no specialized prison in the sovereign divine realm for him to manage. This opportunity in front of him was an exceptionally rare one. Congratulations to the Demon Emperor for obtaining 2 capable helpers. Congratulations to the Patriarch and Brother Prison for meeting a wise master. Your future is limitless. The Flower Prince chuckled and congratulated repeatedly. The banquet soon came to an end. The Flower Prince and Patriarch Joyous Union left on their own. When Patriarch Joyous Union heard that the brothel opened by the Sky Incense Valley had many beautiful women, he directly went to the brothel and planned to sleep inside and not come out. The Flower Prince wandered around the ancient city and planned to admire the beauties. The 5 Elements Patriarch and Prison did not leave. They were temporarily asked to stay by Di Shitian. They continued to sit in the pavilion. The food and wine had already been removed. On the table, there was a pot of fragrant ancient divine tea. The tea leaves were divine tea of enlightenment and the water was heavenly pure water. The fragrance of the tea slowly permeated the pavilion. 5 Elements, now that this emperor has provoked one of the primordial sovereigns, the paragon of judgment, I can't casually go to the sovereign divine realm for the time being. My original route must be changed. I wonder if you have any suggestions. Di Shitian had left the 5 Elements Patriarch and Prison behind. The paragon of judgment was probably enraged now. If he went to the sovereign divine realm, he would undoubtedly be walking into a trap. Before he had the strength to contend against the primordial sovereigns, he would definitely not do such a suicidal act. As such, he naturally had to consider his next route. Your Majesty. The 5 Elements Patriarch's eyes turned. If I'm not wrong, you're going to the sovereign divine realm to trade some items there for the demon court to become an immortal artifact. That's right. The demon court has already entered the half-step immortal level. It's only half a step away from becoming an immortal artifact. What it lacks is some foundation to strengthen and perfect the 3,000 great Taos of the demon court. The sovereign divine realm should be the only place that can allow the demon court to quickly advance. Di Shitian was not surprised. They could guess his purpose. In this case, in my humble opinion, there's no need to enter the sovereign divine realm. If you want to plunder enough resources to become an immortal, it may not be only in the sovereign divine realm. The 5 Elements Patriarch said with certainty. Your Majesty has just entered the chaos, so you may not know. In the chaos, other than the 9 forbidden zones, there's a unique place called the Skysplit Tower. The tower is very strange. It opens once every 100,000 chaos years. Countless ownerless spiritual objects, spiritual essences, supreme treasures, and divine objects that are born in the chaos are swept into the tower. Under the unique power of the Skysplit Tower, they turn into treasure beasts that are extremely powerful. But if you can defeat and kill the treasure beasts, you can obtain mysterious spiritual objects. It's not far from the day when the Skysplit Tower opens. Speaking of the Skysplit Tower, the 5 Elements Patriarch was a little excited. He seemed unusually excited. Skysplit Tower? There's actually a Skysplit Tower here? Di Shitian's mind couldn't help but flash with inspiration. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. The moment he heard it, he couldn't help but feel a sense of astonishment. He almost thought that he had heard wrongly. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1172. It's a new week. Brothers, please help me throw in a few recommendation tickets. Give me some effort. How is that possible? How come I've never heard of a Tower of Babel in the chaos? What's going on? Could it be that this Tower of Babel is the same as the one we saw on the purple gold continent? Dark shouted in astonishment. This matter had come too suddenly. It was indeed a little unbelievable. Could the Tower of Babel, one of the 9 great forbidden lands of the purple gold continent, really penetrate directly into the chaos? My God, what kind of concept is that? It's simply too unbelievable. It's a little unexpected. Sakra also muttered in his heart, rumor has it that this Tower of Babel was directly grown from the purple gold mainland during the ancient times. Layer by layer, it directly broke into the void. No one knows how many layers there are in the Tower of Babel, and where it extends to in the end. It can be said to be the most mysterious place among the 9 forbidden areas of the purple gold mainland. Up until now, no one had been able to truly understand the secrets contained within. Could it be that the Tower of Babel in the chaos really grew from the purple gold continent and penetrated into the chaos? It's not strange for him to have such thoughts. Instead, he faintly felt that perhaps this was the tip of the mysterious veil of the Tower of Babel. The Tongtian Tower was too peculiar. Even if the Savage Beast clan had entered the tower, although they were extremely prosperous, they could only explore no more than the 9th floor. There were still floors above, but no one knew if there were any experts who had entered, and what the situation inside was like. There was no way to know. 5 elements. Do you know when the Tower of Babel appeared in the chaos? Di Shitian only had a few thoughts in his mind, but he didn't hesitate to ask them. When the 5 elements patriarch heard this, he was slightly stunned. After pondering for a moment, he said, "According to what your majesty said, when the Tower of Babel first appeared in the primal chaos, it should be when the purple gold continent was still in the primal chaos era. Since then, it has only appeared once every 100,000 years. As expected." Hearing this, Di Shitian's heart became quite certain. They all appeared at the same time, and they were all heaven-reaching towers. Then, there was a 90% chance that it was the heaven-reaching tower on the purple gold continent. Who would have thought that this tower could really pierce through the sky and enter the primal chaos? However, it seemed that even the primal chaos could not contain its existence. The sky-split pagoda actually absorbed countless ownerless spiritual objects, spirit essences, supreme treasures, spirit treasures, and divine objects, and gave them good fortune, transforming them into treasure beasts. If that's the case, then that's interesting. How strong are these treasure beasts? Di Shitian asked with great interest. Replying to your majesty, this humble subject had once been in the mood to enter once. The treasure beasts inside were extremely powerful, and each of them possessed high intelligence. Ordinary spirit essences, even if they were transformed into treasure beasts by good fortune, wouldn't be very powerful. Even if they were killed, the treasures obtained wouldn't be too valuable. However, there were some extremely powerful treasure beasts that could rival half-step sovereigns. It was even said that in the depths, there were treasure beasts that could rival Archean sovereigns. The 5 elements patriarch spoke without reserve. Every time the sky-split pagoda opens, it's a feast, but at the same time, it's also a terrifying calamity. For the sake of obtaining a supreme treasure, who knows how many experts have fallen. Furthermore, it's not just Archean fiend gods that enter the pagoda. Experts from the Devil God continent and the Purple Gold continent often enter. Furthermore, there are also terrifying supreme savage beasts that appear. The competition for the treasures is extremely chaotic. However, at the same time, it's also a great opportunity. This humble subject believes that we should go to the sky-split pagoda. As long as we can plunder enough treasures, the demon court will be complete in an instant. Become immortal. Apparently, this was his opinion. Good. This emperor will consider this matter. Since you've just entered the demon court, this emperor has already arranged a new residence for you. You can move in now. Tomorrow, you can also go and take over the rare treasure pavilion and the heavenly prison. Di Shitian didn't immediately make a decision. He just asked them to leave first. Thank you, Your Majesty. The 5 elements patriarch and Xingyu heard this and immediately thanked him. Under the guidance of the maid, they left the jade pool. Husband, it seems that you've made a decision and are ready to go to the sky-split pagoda. Chen Shi and Di Shitian had been husband and wife for so many years. Although they didn't spend much time together, they understood each other very well. After the 5 elements patriarch and the others left, he immediately spoke his thoughts. We can't go to the supreme god realm. 9 primordial supreme beings and an immortal artifact. Such a huge force is enough to easily crush me and the entire demon court. Right now, we only have 2 choices. One is to find the city of primordial chaos, and the other is to enter the sky-split pagoda and help the demon court ascend. Di Shitian took a deep breath. According to the information we've gathered, the city of primordial chaos is an ancient city born from the primordial chaos itself. Originally, once it was born, it would have a chance to become something like the eternal celestial realm. Not only was it born from the primordial chaos, it also seems to have some kind of unique power. However, it doesn't seem to have truly become the eternal celestial realm. Instead, it's become an indescribable existence, drifting freely in the primordial chaos. There are great unknowns. Whether or not we can find it is uncertain, but there may be unforeseen circumstances within. Indeed, there were many legends about the city of primordial chaos in the primordial chaos. Some cultivators said it was an ancient city. As long as one entered, they would be able to follow the city to the eternal celestial realm, which was said to be above the primordial chaos. There were also cultivators who said there were immeasurable opportunities within. The city of primordial chaos was an ownerless object. Once one obtained it, they would be able to reach the heavens in a single step and become a supreme ruler. There were also cultivators who said it was at least an immortal artifact. There were boundless riches within. There were also cultivators who said it was a city of death. Terrifying specters and undead creatures lived within, and anyone who entered would perish. There were many rumors that filled Primal Chaos City with legends and legends. Many of the rumors weren't convincing enough, but there was one thing that could be confirmed. That was, 9 Primal Chaos tokens had flown out from Primal Chaos City. As long as one had these Primal Chaos tokens, they would be able to find Primal Chaos City and enter it. There had been experts who'd entered the primordial chaos to search for the city, but they'd never returned. Thus, the city of primordial chaos seemed unusually strange. Moreover, the city's whereabouts were unpredictable. No one could pinpoint its location. Even the Primeval autarchs had a hard time finding it. There were simply too many secrets in the primordial chaos. That was why he decided to go to the Autarch God realm first after hearing from Charmheart that there were treasures to reach the immortal realm, and then see if he could search for the city of primordial chaos. He hadn't expected such a turn of events. After a series of events. Because of the death of Tao Lord of Slaughter, the fiend gods on the battleship merged back into the battleship. The Bloodkill guards easily took over and seized control of the battleship. This battleship wasn't like the damaged one they'd obtained in the Tomb of the Gods. It had many grand Daos, but only slaughter. It existed purely for slaughter. If it merged with the demon court, it wouldn't be worth it. Di Shitian pondered. He gave the battleship to the Bloodkill guards. Despite that, members from the Smithing Pavilion and the Formation Pavilion quickly entered the warship to study the various refinement techniques on the warship. This was especially so when it came to the Heavenly Slaughter battle cannons. He had personally destroyed one of them. There were also grandmasters like Sky Silkworm, Huang Quan, and 5 Elements. Every few days, the 3 elders would come to the Jade Pool for an audience. Your Majesty, we've finished studying the refining methods of the Heavenly Slaughter cannon. The divine crystals refined by the Demon Court are enough to replace the materials. However, it's a bit difficult to find the exact source of vitality. The power of these cannons is provided by the slaughter pool in the battleship. However, it can be replaced by the lightning pool in the lightning gathering tower. Sky Silkworm, Huang Quan, and the others answered. Oh. Can you fuse the Ironblood lightning cannon and the Heavenly Slaughter cannon to create a new cannon? Di Shitian sat upright and said majestically. This. Your Majesty, it's not impossible to fuse the 2 cannons and create a new one. However, it will take some time. 5 Elements Patriarch replied. Good. Since it's possible, you can lead your subordinates and start researching. I'll adjust the time deficit of the Forging Pavilion to 1,000. I hope you'll bring me good news soon. Di Shitian nodded with satisfaction. Yes, Your Majesty. We won't disappoint Your Majesty. The 3 elders were overjoyed. 5 Elements, when you go down, immediately enter the coordinates of the heaven-reaching tower into the Supreme Life Lamp. Di Shitian said again. Yes, Your Majesty. 5 Elements Patriarch's body shook. He knew that the Demon Emperor had made up his mind. Rumble. The Demon Court, which was still in place, shook slightly and shattered the chaos around it. Under the violent tumbling, The ancient city quickly broke through the void and flew towards the depths of the chaos. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Crash. At this moment, in a certain area of the chaos, only a series of crisp sounds could be heard continuously spreading in all directions. Bang! 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 The sound of footsteps sounded abnormally heavy. As the footsteps got closer and closer, one could see a very tall and sturdy man, who was over 2 meters tall and had a strong physique, appear in the chaos. After a few glances, one would have the illusion that one was looking at a small giant. He was wearing a pitch-black tight suit, and his pitch-black long hair was messily draped over his shoulders, wantonly fluttering in the wind. The perfect muscles of his body were completely exposed under the tight suit. He had explosive strength. His muscles were like coiling dragons. That might, however, carried an aura of deathly stillness. On his back, there was a strange black coffin that looked like a black crystal. The black coffin was constantly emitting wisps of black gas, and there were countless strange and mysterious talismans on it. They were densely distributed on every inch of the black coffin. It was even more sinister. There seemed to be some kind of logic in the chaos. Furthermore, 9 black iron chains as thick as water arms extended from the black coffin and bound the burly man's body, arms, legs, chest, and neck. His abdomen and other parts of his body were all wrapped up by this strange iron chain. The iron chain was filled with the same black aura that enveloped his entire body. The long iron chain dragged on the ground, and when it moved, it naturally let out strange metallic sounds. The burly man advanced in a straight line through the chaos. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1173. Roar. As he was walking, the chaos on his left suddenly tumbled violently. A strange giant snake with 8 heads suddenly crawled out. Its eyes shone with a terrifying light. When it saw the burly man, it roared. Its 8 heads moved at the same time and spat out 8 different attacks from their mouths. Poison, corrosion, lightning, poisonous fire, chilling wind, petrification, ice, and mind fixation. In an instant, the burly man was surrounded by a sky full of attacks. The monstrous flames twisted the chaos around him and caused it to tumble violently. Whoosh! However, as soon as these attacks appeared, a layer of strange black fog suddenly appeared on the burly man's body. It enveloped his entire body and the black coffin. The 9 black chains that were tied to his body shook incessantly, emitting clear and strange sounds. All of the attacks landed on the black fog, but the black fog only continued to churn. It did not penetrate the black fog at all. 8 black chains suddenly shot out from the black fog and tied the 8 heads with lightning speed. An unparalleled force was transmitted from the black chains and pulled the primordial ferocious beast into the black fog. Crack! One could vaguely see the lid of the black coffin open, and the primordial ferocious beast that was millions of feet tall was directly pulled into the black coffin. With a bang, the black coffin closed again. However, the strange Tao patterns on the black coffin seemed to be abnormally dense. Clack! Shamo did not stop because of what had just happened. He continued to calmly and steadily move forward. The crisp sound of the chains echoed in the chaos and spread for thousands of miles. Step by step, he seemed to have walked to the end of eternity. From time to time, primordial ferocious beasts would appear and try to devour Shamo. However, they were all wrapped up by the chains and sent into the black coffin. There was no more sound. Go to the Tower of Babel. A clear voice suddenly sounded from within the silent black coffin. It was like an orchid in an empty valley. It was both breathtaking and empty. It contained an inexplicable charm and seemed to have an inconceivable majesty. Whoosh! Hearing this, Shamo's footsteps paused slightly. He immediately changed direction and continued to move forward steadily. In the chaos, they gradually moved further and further away. The chaos was vast and boundless. However, many primordial fiend gods had witnessed Di Shetien killing Dao Lord Killer with their own eyes. As they left, the details of that battle, as well as the engraved battle scenes, spread like wildfire throughout the sovereign god realm. Within a few days, There wasn't a single cultivator in the chaos who didn't know that Tao Lord of Slaughter had perished at the hands of the monster emperors. This caused a lot of discussion. TSK. Brother, have you seen the battle between Tao Lord of Slaughter and the Yarrow Emperor? It's simply unbelievable. He said he'd kill the Yarrow Emperor in 10 moves, and he really did it in 10 moves. That final punch, in particular, was enough to punch a hole in the primordial chaos. The power it can erupt with is probably not the slightest bit inferior to that of a Primeval sovereign. A primordial fiend god exclaimed in amazement in the sovereign god realm. Now, in the entire supreme divine domain, who doesn't know about this matter? However, according to the guesses of some powerful experts, the power of that last punch was far beyond the demon emperor's strength. If I'm not mistaken, he must have used some kind of supreme secret technique that can greatly increase his battle strength in an instant. Another primordial fiend god immediately said. However, it's a pity that such an incredible genius like the Yarrow Emperor is going to die prematurely. News has just spread that Paragon of Judgment heard about Tao Lord of Slaughter's death in the Judgment Palace. He's already left the sovereign god realm with the Judgment Sword and the Supreme Judgment Pagoda in pursuit of the Yarrow Emperor. He wants to avenge his younger brother. This time, against a paragon, even if the Yarrow Emperor is extremely powerful, he'll probably die with a grudge. There's an insurmountable gap between a paragon and a half-step paragon. Another fiend god said with a regretful expression. It's a pity that the Yarrow clan was so prosperous back in the day. Hundreds of ancient Yarrow gods entered the chaos space and fought against the older generation of primordial fiend gods. None of them were afraid of death. Even now, there are still images of that battle being passed down. However, they were ruined by despicable betrayals. Now, a prodigy like the Yarrow Emperor is going to die at the hands of Paragon of Judgment. It seems that even the heavens don't care about the Yarrow clan. Among the various discussions, almost none of the primordial fiend gods believed that the Yarrow Emperor could survive the pursuit of Paragon of Judgment. Instead, they all looked regretful. However, they were also waiting for the final result, as if they were anticipating a different ending. They had a strange kind of expectation for the Yarrow Emperor. Rumble. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious yellow 9-layered pagoda revealed its true form. It was a few million jong tall, and a young man in mysterious yellow robes stood coldly at the top of the pagoda. He carried a mysterious yellow ancient sword on his back, and his purple hair fluttered wildly behind him. Between his eyebrows, there was a vertical line that flickered with a vast supreme might from time to time. His face was filled with boundless majesty and a cold expression. There was only a strong killing intent in his eyes. Beneath his feet, countless primordial fiend gods and other living beings could be seen flickering in and out of the Paragon of Judgment pagoda, all of them cackling viciously. TSK. Let us out, Paragon of Judgment. What right do you have to judge us? Paragon of Judgment, you're sentencing me to a crime? What crime have I committed? All I did was say a few bad things about you, and you're sentencing me to 10 million years in this crappy pagoda. I refuse to accept this. What bullshit Paragon of Judgment are you? Have you ever been fair? What right do you have to judge all living beings? TSK. When you had a little brother, you went around slaughtering millions upon millions of living beings. If you want to judge someone, why don't you go and judge your little brother? Now that he's dead, I'm delighted. I admire you, Yarrow Emperor. If you can get out of here, I'll drink 3,000 cups of wine. You're a mighty paragon of primordial fiend gods, but even your little brother was killed. Haha. What right do you have to be a paragon of primordial fiend gods? What a joke. The Paragon of Judgment pagoda was filled with countless fiend gods, and even living beings from the various worlds of the essence world. All of them were imprisoned within the pagoda, and they were doing everything they could to provoke Paragon of Judgment. Every word they spoke was filled with an indescribable sense of pleasure. Go ahead and shout. All criminals in the pagoda will have their sentences increased by 5 million years. The more you speak, the more I'll judge. Paragon of Judgment calmly spat out these words. He didn't seem to care at all about the clamoring of the experts within the pagoda. However, Deep in his eyes was a cold gleam. Boom, boom, boom. The paragon of judgment pagoda moved with incredible speed, piercing through the primal chaos with shocking speed. Di Shitian had killed Daolord Slaughter with a single punch in the Land of Rivers and Mountains painting. The painting was an inconceivably powerful treasure, and once it was put away, there was no way to track down Daolord Slaughter's aura to the demon court. However, Paragon of Judgment was incredibly strong. Even if there was no way to use the residual aura to track them, there was still a way to track him down. As he traveled through the primal chaos, a jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. With a crack, the jade bottle was crushed, and a strand of primal chaos energy leaked out. This strand was the remnant primal chaos energy that had been left beside the Land of Rivers and Mountains painting. It had been collected by someone with the intention to do so. Boundless primal chaos, Paragon Edict, Judgment Traction Art. A mysterious trajectory was drawn in front of him. Immediately, the remnant primal chaos chi strangely condensed into a primal chaos-colored ancient mirror in front of him. Ripples appeared on the surface of the ancient mirror, and all sorts of images flashed through it. It was a little blurry, but before long, a vast ancient city appeared in the mirror. The four gates of heaven intimidated all directions. They exuded supreme majesty. It traveled through the primal chaos at high speed. Bang! However, at the same time as it observed the ancient city, an invisible force burst forth from the darkness. The entire ancient mirror shattered on the spot, turning into countless fragments that instantly turned into fine powder and completely dissipated. Demon Court, this paragon will let you experience the terror of death. Though it was only for an instant, it was more than enough for Paragon of Judgment. The Paragon Tower beneath him suddenly turned and sped off in a certain direction. Not good. Di Shitian, who was accompanying his four wives, Chen Shi, Bai Hu, Katomi, and Charm, shot to his feet. His expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but blurt out a sentence. "What's wrong, husband?" Qinshin couldn't help but take a step forward out of concern. She grabbed his arm and asked gently. Someone was spying on the demon court just now. Someone who can use such a heaven-defying method is definitely no ordinary expert. I can sense a strong sense of enmity. If there's anyone in the primal chaos who I have a grudge with, it's Paragon of Judgment. He was definitely spying on me just now. It seems he's come after me to avenge his younger brother, Daolord of Slaughter. Di Shitian muttered with a grave expression. With his level of intelligence, he instantly guessed who it was. Husband, Paragon of Judgment is an absolute expert even among the Primeval sovereigns. If he comes after us, we'll be in grave danger. The difference between a paragon and a non-paragon isn't something that can be bridged with a few tricks. Right now, our only option is to hide and flee. Maishin pondered for a moment before replying. She'd once been a supreme demon lord herself, so she knew full well what kind of realm and difference there was. If they were to face such a powerhouse now, they'd be in grave danger. Let's go. Di Shitian decided without hesitation. Rumble. In the Lingxiao Demon Court, the Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive spun at an astonishing speed. Vast amounts of Yuan Qi poured into the ancient city like a tide. The speed of the ancient city instantly increased by nearly 10 times. It sped away at all costs. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1174. Brothers, if you have recommendation tickets, please give me a few. There aren't enough tickets. The power of space in the four directions heavenly gates was also raised to the extreme. Every moment, it seemed to be shuttling through the void. In the blink of an eye, it appeared at the end of the line of sight. Every time, it crossed countless distances. In an instant, its speed reached the limit of the entire ancient city. The price was that the entire Emperor's Jade Archive devoured the chaotic chi, which was all used to escape. Even the speed of light was not so fast. It was as if it was constantly crossing through space doors. The sudden increase in the speed of the Lingxiao Demon Court immediately made many experts in the city feel an unknown pressure. They all hurried towards the Lingxiao Palace of the Golden Arches. Di Shitian sat on the Lingxiao throne. In the main hall, there were many ancient demon god level experts. Tian Kan, Huang Quan, Five Elements Patriarch, Xing Yu, Shui Dove, Know-It-All, Elven Queen, Shen Gongbao, Tian Yunzi, Lord Shen Ya. They all stood in the main hall with solemn expressions. Di Shitian looked around and nodded to himself. Although there were still some experts in the demon court, such as Hu Luzi, Xie Sanyang, Boy of Many Treasures, Boy of Bliss, Holy Mother of the Moon, and other experts who had been passed down from ancient times, they were all in seclusion at this moment. With the power of the demon court, they were all preparing to break through to the ancient demon god level. They were all on the verge of a breakthrough. They had sensed the change in the demon court and wanted to break out of seclusion, but Di Shitian stopped them. Your Majesty, the demon court is traveling at such an extreme speed. Could it be that something important has happened? At this moment, Know-It-All had already reverted back to his true form. He was covered in golden monkey fur and gave off a noble aura. His eyes were filled with an unyielding look as he gripped a golden rod in his hands. He was brimming with a thick battle intent. During these days in the demon court, he had been receiving endless support in terms of resources, and his cultivation had also improved day by day. At this point, he had already reached Ancient Fey God Advanced stage, and he was not too far away from reaching Ancient Fey God Pinnacle. Your Majesty, my celestial clan is now living in the demon court. We share the same fate as the demon court. If you need this old man's help, my celestial clan will definitely not refuse. Tian Yunzi said with a serious expression. Clearly, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Ever since he entered the demon court, in order to get closer to Di Shitian, he had even offered up the elixir recipe of the heavenly human tribe's most precious treasure, the Heaven Evasion Divine Elixir. At this moment, Yuan Tian had already been refining the Heaven Evasion Divine Wine that had evolved from the elixir recipe. Naturally, he spared no effort in dealing with the demon clan. Everyone, this emperor has received news that one of the 9 ancient supremes of the sovereign god domain, the paragon of judgment, is currently hot on the heels of our demon court. He wants to kill me and even wipe out the entire dire monster court to avenge his younger brother, Daolord Slaughter. Between them, there was no room for negotiation. At this moment, we can only fight to the death. Di Shitian still exuded a rich imperial aura, and there didn't seem to be the slightest bit of panic on his face. All he had was his usual calmness. A primordial supremacy? Although a trace of horror flashed in Know-It-All's eyes, it was immediately replaced by arrogance. He dropped the heaven-raising staff in his hand to the ground with a dull thud. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Vmich, so what if his a primordial supremacy? Let's fight to the death then. I'd like to see how many strikes he can take." What a primordial supremacy. In the past, the primordial fiend gods signed an alliance with us monsters. In the chaos, they were not allowed to take the initiative to attack us monsters. This alliance was exchanged with the lives of hundreds of ancient monster gods. How dare they violate it? They deserve to die. Daolord Divine Crow's eyes flickered with anger as he spoke indignantly. He knew about the ancient alliance, but he didn't expect a primordial supremacy to publicly violate it. Sure enough, any alliance was based on absolute strength. A primordial supremacy is not invincible. Your Majesty, your combat strength is heaven-defying. On our side, there are nearly 10 peerless experts. Moreover, there are 5 supreme elders in our heavenly human tribe, all of whom are not inferior to me. I can go and invite them here. We can fight the enemy together. With the help of the demon court, we may be able to resist the attack of the trial supremacy. Tian Yunzi's face revealed a decisive look as he spoke. He wanted to ask for the true strength of his tribe. That's right. So what if his a primordial supremacy? He can't make us submit. Your Majesty, our 5 elements fairy tribe also has 5 supreme elders and 5 fairy kings. I'll go and ask for their help now. The fairy queen also revealed a resolute look. She said loudly, "Since I was born, I've never thought of fighting a supreme supremacy. However, this time, I've fulfilled my wish. I don't know if I can survive. Although there was a faint fear in the Five Elements Patriarch's eyes, he still exuded a resolute look. At this moment, there was no way out. They could only go forward bravely. They had to fight. In the main hall, all the experts did not shrink back. When Di Shitian heard this, he was secretly satisfied with the courage and bravery of these people who dared to fight. He nodded and said in a deep voice, "Good. We are of one heart. Even if his a primordial supremacy, so what? Does he really think that I'm a soft persimmon that he can pinch at will? Even if he can't defeat us, he may not be able to kill us." There was no panic in his expression. At this moment, he was the stabilizing force. Anyone could panic, but he could not. All the monsters and cultivators were looking at him. If he panicked, it would really be over. "Your Majesty, we have something to report." Huang Quan and the others stepped forward and said, "Speak." "Your Majesty asked us to fuse the Iron Blood Thunder Cannon and the Heavenly Slaughter Cannon. After 100 years, we finally completed the fusion and forged the Demon Court's own battle cannon, the Purple Heaven Godslaying Cannon. Its power is double that of the previous 2 battle cannons. It's extremely destructive and can be used as a powerful means to deal with the supremacy of judgment." Tian Can said seriously. "Good. How many can you forge?" Sakura was slightly delighted in his heart. This matter could be considered as a trump card. Due to time constraints, although we worked day and night, we could only forge 129,600 Purple Heaven Godslaying cannons. However, as long as we have a certain amount of time, we can forge more. Huang Quan replied loudly, "Good. That's enough. Immediately fuse the cannons with the Thunder-Gathering Tower." Di Shitian did not say much and immediately ordered, "Rumble." The Demon Court was moving forward crazily, faster and faster. However, for the cultivators and monsters of the Demon Court, there were not many who really noticed the change, and there was no panic. There was only a faint murderous aura in the air. Just like that, 3 months passed. The Demon Court was still moving quickly. Suddenly, in front of the ancient city, a huge crack appeared out of nowhere in the chaos. In the crack, a huge yellow pagoda appeared out of thin air, and in an unparalleled manner, the pagoda suppressed the Demon Court domineeringly. Rumble. With a violent roar, the Demon Court, which was moving quickly, was stopped on the spot by the pagoda. The entire ancient city sank down fiercely. One could clearly see that outside the Demon Court, there was an illusory and invisible barrier that completely enveloped the ancient city, as if it had turned into a crystal wall. It was oval in shape, and under the suppression of the pagoda, terrifying cracks appeared on the crystal wall. All Purple Firmament Godslaying cannons and Iron Blood Lightning cannons aim at the pagoda and blast it. At the same time that the Supreme Judgment Pagoda crashed down, a huge throne instantly appeared from below and appeared in the void. Di Shitian sat on the throne calmly, and beside him were Tian Can, Huang Quan, the Five Elements Patriarch, Tian Yunzi, and the invited Celestial Tribe Elder and Elf Tribe Elder. There were nearly 20 peerless experts at the same time. They stood proudly in the void and swept their eyes over the pagoda. Each of them had a proud and unyielding character. They looked down on the heavens. "Demon Emperor, you dare to kill my younger brother. Today, I deem you guilty. You shall be hacked into pieces, and your divine soul shall be imprisoned for eternity and be punished endlessly." The Supreme Judgment Pagoda stood coldly on the Divine Pagoda, and his gaze fell on Di Shitian, appearing abnormally cold. With unimaginable Supreme Being pressure, it crushed the entire Ling Xiao Demon Court like a tidal wave. Boom. 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 The surrounding chaotic aura rolled violently like a tsunami, forming ripples and rolling waves that rolled toward the Demon Court. Bang. 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 On the lightning-gathering pagoda, purple firmament god-slaying cannons with 3 consecutive barrels appeared one after another. In an instant, the Tao inscriptions on the cannons flickered and exploded rapidly, spewing out purple gold cannons in a spiral shape, forming countless terrifying lightning soldiers. Wherever they went, the chaotic aura would be torn apart. The chaotic aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas collapsed under the bombardment. They smashed onto the Supreme Judgment Pagoda. The pagoda glowed with divine light, but it continued to tremble under the barrage of cannon fire. Each cannon blast was equivalent to the full power attack of a half-step sovereign. Perhaps 1 or 2 blasts wouldn't be enough to shake the pagoda, but there were hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of cannon blasts raining down on it. It was extremely dense. The pagoda trembled continuously under the bombardment. It was about to fall. It was about to be blasted away. Kumpi. No wonder you're so arrogant. You do have some skills. However, you want to fight me with this little power. The Supreme Judgment Pagoda, my words are the judgment. That is the truth. All attacks will be destroyed. Paragon of Judgment sneered. The pagoda beneath him suddenly began to spin violently. It drove the chaotic aura around it, and dark yellow chains formed in the pagoda. They danced wildly, lashing out at the cannons. Boom! 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 Instantly, the purple firmament god-slaying cannons collided with the chains of judgment. They were destroyed at the same time, and new ones were born continuously. Scenes of annihilation could be seen everywhere. The chaotic aura was shattered. Countless elements of earth, fire, water, and wind tumbled, and new worlds were created in the midst of destruction. New life was born. In an instant, they were shattered and destroyed. They were turned into dust. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijien. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1175. Standing on top of the Supreme Pagoda, Judgment Supremacy exuded a terrifying aura. Even though he was standing still, it was as if a huge mountain was standing in front of him. The entire demon court was like an ant that could be crushed into dust at any moment. They were reduced to dust. They were completely annihilated. Even the beams fired by the god-slaying purple firmament cannon combined with a large number of iron blood lightning cannons were powerful enough to annihilate countless worlds. However, they were all casually whipped by the chains of judgment formed by the pagoda, crushing each and every attack into powder. Although it looked like he was facing a powerful opponent, it was as if he was facing a boulder in the vast ocean. No matter how many attacks were thrown at him, they were unable to cause any damage to him. It was truly terrifying. 4 heavenly gates, 4 extremes return to 1, 4 seasons heavenly gates, suppress. Seeing this, the heavenly kings of the 4 directions widened their eyes in anger and roared at the same time. Rumble. Illusory yet substantial heavenly gates formed on top of the 4 heavenly gates and soared into the sky. They didn't attack individually. Instead, they collided with each other without any warning in the sky above the demon court. The 4 heavenly gates didn't explode with terrifying destructive power. Instead, they fused together in a strange manner and turned into a purple heavenly gate in the blink of an eye. Countless mysterious Tao runes flickered on the heavenly gate and countless strange images appeared on it. There were scenes of the 4 seasons, the spring wind and rain, the autumn wind and leaves, the summer heat, and the winter snow. It was like scenes of growth and withering. Vaguely, there were scenes of the sun and the moon alternating. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a supreme aura. The chaos in the surroundings, which had been rioting, immediately calmed down when this strange heavenly gate appeared. 4 seasons heavenly gate, suppress. The heavenly kings of the 4 directions soared into the sky at the same time. Their expressions were cold as they shouted at judgment supremacy and the terrifying divine pagoda. Instantly, the purple heavenly gate broke through the sky and suppressed them. In the process of suppressing them, the heavenly gate continued to devour the chaotic aura and grew larger until it turned into a supreme heavenly gate. It wanted to devour judgment supremacy alive. Rumble. In an instant, it enveloped them. In an instant, the reincarnation cycle of the 4 seasons enveloped the entire tower. The terrifying reincarnation cycle and the chi of time were constantly eroding the divine light of the tower. The vast pressure caused the pagoda to shake continuously, and all the chains of judgment were instantly crushed. Heaven and earth have a sun and a moon. In a year, there are 4 seasons. The 4 seasons are the years. The rotation of the 4 seasons is the cycle of heaven and earth. Indeed, there is something special about it. However, I am a paragon. How can a mere cycle of the 4 seasons do anything to me? Paragon of Judgment's expression was calm. He could sense that the entire gate of heaven wanted to devour him and the pagoda, suppressing them in the countless spaces within the gate of heaven, sealing them and destroying them. His heart couldn't help but turn serious, but his face was still as cold as ever. Clang! His right hand had appeared on the hilt of the ancient sword on his back. With a twist of his wrist, a clear sound of the sword being unsheathed was heard. A dark yellow ancient sword was slashed out. Crack! The entire heavenly gate of 4 seasons suddenly shook. The monstrous pressure that was originally gushing out of it suddenly stopped. With a soft sound, it was instantly split in half by the sword. With a loud bang, it was destroyed. Puff! The moment the gate of heaven shattered, the heavenly king of the 4 directions seemed to have suffered a heavy blow. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of crystal-like blood. His face revealed a slightly dispirited expression, but his eyes were still filled with fighting spirit. Paragon of Judgment was still standing on the pagoda, coldly watching with the ancient sword in his hand. However, he didn't immediately attack the demon court. It was as if he was waiting to see what Di Shitian's next attack would be. It was as if he was looking at an ant. It was as if he could be crushed to death at any time. Don't think that you're so great just because you're an archaic paragon. You don't even know what's right and what's wrong. You want to avenge your brother? Do you think you're worthy of being called Paragon of Judgment? Eat your grandfather's staff. The know-it-all was enraged when he saw his expression. He swung the heaven-raising staff in his hand and smashed it out. Suddenly, the sky was filled with densely packed shadows of the staff, covering the entire chaos. The force of each staff was different. When they gathered together, they formed the most chaotic and terrifying killing move. It was headed straight for the Paragon of Judgment. Clang! The Paragon of Judgment swung the ancient sword in his hand, and a crisp sound rang out. It was as if a yellow river had appeared in the chaos. The all-knowing Paragon's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this time, 5 dazzling divine arrows broke through the air. They were all different in color, and they collided with each other at the same time to form a single divine arrow. It shot towards the Paragon of Judgment with lightning speed. This arrow was aimed at his heart. How dare you? The Paragon of Judgment coldly glanced at the 5 elven kings beside the elven queen. In each of their hands was a dazzling battle bow. He casually pointed his ancient sword in front of him, and the tip of the sword collided with the arrow. Bang! The power of the 5 elements burst forth from the divine arrow and circulated continuously. However, it was instantly annihilated by the sword chi that burst forth from the ancient sword. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ashes. Let's attack together. I don't believe the Paragon of Judgment is that strong. The 5 elements patriarch roared, and the mysterious 5 elements ring in his hand smashed towards the Paragon of Judgment. At this time, the other almighties also attacked. A vast Huang Quan river roared, and a snow-white ancient bridge crossed the chaos, stopping the chaos in its tracks. One after another, magic treasures bombarded the Paragon of Judgment. All kinds of battle techniques were unleashed. The sky was filled with fire crows, forming a domineering array. They turned into suns and smashed towards the Paragon of Judgment. Rumble. However, when he saw this, the Paragon of Judgment actually sneered in disdain. The ancient sword in his hand casually slashed out. None of the incoming attacks were able to stop him in the slightest. They were all shattered into pieces. Not a single attack was able to land on his body and cause the slightest bit of damage. He stood proudly in the chaos. He was like an insurmountable mountain. When the Paragon of Judgment appeared, all the cultivators and demons in the demon court had seen it with their own eyes. They knew that he was an enemy. They saw that the dense artillery fire couldn't hurt him at all. Moreover, even when many ancient demon gods attacked at the same time, they were easily shattered by the Paragon of Judgment. A strong sense of helplessness and despair emerged in the minds of all the cultivators. Despair, yes, it was despair. The Paragon of Judgment didn't even make a move. None of their attacks actually managed to injure him at all. How powerful was this enemy? How terrifying was this existence? If the paragon of judgment made a move, wouldn't the entire demon court be destroyed in an instant? This kind of despair was almost enough to crush one's mind. Demon Emperor, today, I will let you and your entire demon court fall into despair and die in despair. What other divine abilities do you have? Feel free to use them. If you are in despair, then despair more thoroughly. The paragon of judgment's long hair fluttered in the wind as he spoke with a lofty aura. He didn't hide what he wanted to do. This was the result of absolute power. Even if you knew my goal, you still wouldn't be able to do anything about it. The blow brought about by this was the most obvious and direct. He wanted Sakura to step into despair. Otherwise, if he killed him with a single strike, how could it make up for the anger and hatred in his heart? What a despicable paragon of judgment. He wants you to fall into despair after you've exhausted all your means. He's playing a game of cat and mouse. He wants to enjoy the pleasure of forcing you into a corner step by step. How despicable. How could someone like him become a paragon of the primordial era? The heavens must have been blind. Dark shouted indignantly on the spot. How could Di Shitian not have thought of this? However, he had no way out now. Rumble. Di Shitian abruptly stood up from his throne. The entire world seemed to have increased by countless times in an instant. Endless imperial might surged from his body as he spoke resolutely. Paragon of judgment, although you have the strength of a paragon, you don't have the virtue of a paragon. However, you're not qualified to make this sovereign die in despair. That one sentence almost shook the heavens. Saying that a paragon of the primordial era wasn't qualified was incomparably arrogant. If there is a grand Tao in the primordial chaos, listen to this sovereign's words. How could paragon of judgment steal the position of paragon? You're just a petty person. I say that you're not qualified to be a paragon of the primordial era. I will seek justice for the grand Tao and receive boundless protection. My strength will soar to the point where I can suppress paragon of judgment. Every single word of Sakura's contained an indescribable charm and was filled with a mysterious emperor's might. As he spoke, traces of energy seeped into the primal chaos, landing on the paragon of judgment, landing on himself. It was as though he was talking to a supreme existence in the primal chaos. Rumble. Paragon of judgment's monstrous might seem to have fallen from his position as a paragon of the primordial era. He rapidly fell and weakened. At the same time, boundless might poured into Di Shitian's body like a tidal wave. His imperial physique instantly grew incomparably large. In an instant, he reached the level of paragon of judgment. Every move he made contained enough power to shatter the primordial chaos. Greater prophecy art? No, this isn't just the greater prophecy art. It seems to be even more powerful. You want to suppress this sovereign? Dream on. Paragon of judgment felt as if he was truly falling from his position as a paragon to the half-step paragon level. An unknown power seemed to be restraining him. However, how strong was his will? With a single thought, he unleashed boundless power that crazily attacked the mysterious power surrounding him. Ultimate Imperial Fortune Palm, 5 Fingers Mountain, crush you to death. Di Shitian felt an unprecedented surge of power in his body. 2 resplendent rays of light shot out from his eyes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1176. Those who have tickets, please help me. His black hair danced wildly behind him, and on his imperial robe, there were 5 mythical beasts roaming around, roaring loudly. His entire body seemed to have turned into a giant, and his right hand slammed down on the paragon of judgment. At the same time, the 5 elemental essences began to gather in his palm. A huge 5-finger mountain glittering with 5 colors condensed in his hand out of thin air. Indra directly raised the vast 5-finger mountain and smashed it down towards supremacy of trial in a barbaric manner. Although the Supreme Emperor's speech had become more powerful and domineering after fusing with the Great Prophecy technique, the Supreme Emperor's speech wouldn't be able to suppress a terrifying expert like the Judgment Sovereign for too long. If they wanted to fight, They had to make use of this period of time to do so. Even if he couldn't kill Paragon Judgment, he had to make him lose face. So what if you're a Paragon? If you want to humiliate me, you should be prepared to be humiliated. The Five-Finger Mountain was a huge palm formed by the origin energy of the five elements. It was no different from a slap to Paragon Judgment's face. Break. A look of fury flashed in the eyes of the Judgment Supremacy, and the ancient sword in his hand slashed down at the Five-Finger Mountain with lightning speed. He wanted to shatter the entire Five-Finger Mountain. Catcher. Sakra's palm slapped over. It was simply tyrannical. The five-colored radiance on the Five-Finger Mountain flickered and circulated endlessly. That ancient sword was incomparably sharp. It actually split half of the Five-Finger Mountain in half. However, the remaining Five-Finger Mountain continued to smash towards Paragon Judgment. Pa! A loud and clear sound exploded in the chaos, and a broken palm landed on Paragon Judgment's chest. The Five-Finger Mountain released a destructive force, and Paragon Judgment was sent flying. The entire Paragon Pagoda was also sent flying towards the chaos. After being struck by that palm strike, the Paragon of Judgment was flung through the air. At the same time, he felt a burning sensation on his face. Boundless shame and anger gushed forth from him like a tidal wave. An unparalleled will instantly broke apart Di Yang's suppression as the pressure of a Paragon gushed forth from him like a tidal wave. At the same time, it shattered Di Shitian's support. Demon Emperor, you're courting death. Paragon Judgment's eyes were filled with anger, and he stepped on the Paragon Pagoda and slashed his sword of judgment towards Di Shitian. Catcher. The sword was filled with anger. Suddenly, a sword light that was tens of millions of feet long pierced into the chaos, and the supreme will of Paragon Judgment was transmitted from the sword light. The sword light was directed towards the entire demon court. Everywhere it went, the chaos was cut open, and it was as if it was splitting the heavens and the earth. An unparalleled pressure was constantly spreading in the sword light. Seal of Dao Tai. Di Shitian saw it, and his face turned solemn. He formed a seal with his hand, and struck it towards the sword of judgment. Roar. An incomparably huge, pitch-black ancient seal was condensed out of thin air in the chaos. Within the ancient seal, a boundless Dao Tai opened its mouth and let out a shocking roar. The ancient seal turned into a huge black hole, and it devoured everything around it. Any power that was sucked in would be crushed. Catcher. The seal of Dao Tai and the ancient sword collided violently. The seal of Dao Tai wanted to devour the ancient sword, but the ancient sword was unusually domineering. It did not stop for long, and it split the ancient seal in half. At the same time as the ancient seal was split open, a purple-gold divine light filled with the will to destroy everything burst forth in an instant, bombarding the ancient sword as if it was solid. Rumble. The annihilation divine light and the sword of judgment collided, and there was a terrifying shattering sound. The power of judgment and the power of annihilation entangled with each other, and they were annihilated at the same time. They were fiercely entangled. The chaos around them was crushed, and countless divine lights shot out in all directions. You want to block my battle sword? You're still not strong enough. Originally, because of Di Shitian's palm strike on his body, the Supreme Trial Elder, who was a little angry out of humiliation, had an even colder expression in his eyes. Seeing that his sword had been blocked, the Supreme Master of Judgment became even more furious. He did not even think about it, and he struck out a second time. Catcher. The annihilation divine light, which was originally in a stalemate with the previous sword light, collapsed under the ancient sword. The domineering yellow sword light slashed the southern heavenly gate of the demon court. Rumble. The entire demon court was sent flying for millions of miles. The light on the heavenly gate dimmed, and a crack appeared on the ancient city. Oh no, are we really going to die today? In the demon court, countless cultivators revealed looks of despair as they looked at the unstoppable sword of judgment. You're the first person who dared to kill my brother. Demon Emperor, I'm going to cut off your flesh, inch by inch. I'm going to let you die in despair. The Supreme Master of Judgment laughed coldly, and he appeared in front of the demon court again. As he spoke, he swung his sword at the demon court. Clang! On top of Sakra's head, a sparkling and translucent ancient bell suddenly appeared. On the ancient bell, countless simple and profound Tao runes constantly emerged. As if they were alive, they constantly squirmed and formed a mysterious picture. The bell of heavenly samsara had been cleansed with vast amounts of chaos energy for countless years. It had been nurtured in the Imperial Jade Archive, and various precious spiritual materials had been infused into it. At this moment, the ancient bell had reached the level of a top carnate spiritual treasure. It had been nurtured in Di Shitian's body all this time, and now that it had appeared, it was many times stronger than before. The ancient bell vibrated, and immediately, a domineering sound filled with the will of reincarnation swept towards the Supreme Master of Judgment. In the chaos, one could clearly see crystalline ripples spreading rapidly. Wherever the sound waves passed by, the chaos would be crushed into dust. Countless scenes of reincarnation flashed before their eyes. Rumble. Everywhere the bell rang, it seemed to become the domain of the bell of heavenly samsara. In this area, the sword of judgment slashed in, and immediately, with millions of vibrations, it madly ground away at the will of judgment within the ancient sword. The speed of the sword slashing out, from its initial speed, was gradually slowing down. Slash. Di Shitian pointed at the bell of heavenly samsara, and immediately, the demon-slaying gourd flew out from the picture of the carnate gourd on the ancient bell. On a blood-red flying knife, there was a dainty little girl dancing beautifully. The flying knife turned into a ray of blood-red light, and slashed towards the Supreme Master of Judgment with lightning speed. After the demon-slaying gourd had been infused with the ancient bell, it had become a superior spiritual treasure as the ancient bell continued to upgrade. It slashed out sharply. Clang. The demon-slaying gourd's speed was at its peak, and the naked eye could not capture its trajectory. When the knife slashed at the neck of the Supreme Master of Judgment, it was as if it had slashed a piece of divine metal, and terrifying sparks flew out, and the bloody knife was sent flying. It returned to the gourd. "You can actually hurt me. Very good, this will make me feel even better when I kill you." A bloody wound appeared on the throat of the Supreme Master of Judgment, and a layer of blood seeped out. He was clearly even more ruthless in this regard. The sword in his hand slashed out again and again. Dang dang dang. The power contained in every single strike suddenly increased by several times. The sound waves were forcefully sliced apart, and they slashed against the bell of heaven's samsara like they were slicing through a wave of water. It let out a domineering bell sound, and large patches of chaos were shaken into pieces. The terrifying sword of judgment was extremely ferocious. Slash after slash. He did not use any powerful battle techniques, and simply slashed out with the sword. However, the power contained in the sword seemed to be able to overturn the heavens and earth. Boom boom boom. Every slash sent the entire demon court flying backwards, and the ancient bell rang again and again, and even the scene of the heavenly samsara appeared, but it was still shattered by the sword of judgment. Crack. After thousands of slashes, a crisp sound was heard, and a terrifying crack appeared on the ancient bell of heavenly samsara. The light became abnormally dim. "Shifter Emperor, aren't you very arrogant, daring to kill my younger brother? Why don't you show me how you killed my younger brother? What else do you have? Show me. You're a great Shifter Emperor, and this is all you've got. You've really disappointed me. I'm not going to use any battle techniques, and I'm going to cut you alive with each slash. All of you will be buried with my younger brother. You'll be the first. Run. Why don't you run? Why don't you run for me? Let's see if there's any place for you in the chaos. Die for me." The fury in the Supreme Master of Judgment's eyes grew stronger and stronger, and there seemed to be endless fury flashing in his mind, as well as the tragic scene of his younger brother's death. This caused the rage in his chest to burn even brighter. "Kill. Kill. Kill. All of you must die." The Supreme Master of Judgment swung his sword wildly, and terrifying sword scars appeared in the chaos. Something's wrong. Break. However, just as he was about to reach his peak, a treasure in his body suddenly shot out a ray of clear light, suppressing the fury in his mind. In an instant, a thought appeared in the Supreme Master of Judgment's mind. Looking at the scene in front of him, he suddenly closed his eyes. Then, he opened them again. There was no longer any demon caught in front of him. It was a vast expanse of chaos, and the surrounding chaos had been shattered. Illusion of desire. The Supreme Master of Judgment spat out a few words from between his teeth. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it at chidien.com. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1177. For the first time, the Autarch of Judgment was enraged. Humiliation turned to anger. Humiliation turned to anger. He never would have thought that he'd be toyed with by an ant when he had the absolute upper hand. Who would have thought that the Autarch of Judgment would use his murderous intent to create an illusion of desire and trap him in it? It was as if the Autarch of Judgment was toyed with like a monkey. Humiliation. It was simply a great humiliation. Good. Good. Very good. Demon Emperor, oh Demon Emperor, I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve to trap me in the illusion of desire. If it wasn't for the fact that I collected countless spiritual objects and spiritual embryos after becoming a primordial supreme to refine a primordial supreme treasure that could resist spiritual attacks and protect the mind, I might have really died in your hands. Very good. You should rejoice that you've completely ignited my wrath. I'll make sure to return the favor to you. Run. Where do you think you can run to? As long as you're in the chaos, you won't be able to shake off my pursuit. Since you like to play, then this Autarch will play with you. The Autarch of Judgment didn't try to conceal his sinister expression any longer. He never would have thought that the Autarch of Judgment would have such a trick up his sleeve, but he couldn't help but sneer in disdain. This trick might have worked the first time, but once he took it seriously and had that treasure to protect the mind, the same trick wouldn't work the next time. Let's see where you can run to. The Autarch of Judgment glanced around and the pagoda beneath him shot to the left. At this moment, the Lingxiao demon court was frantically escaping into the distance. Sakura stood in the void, and an eye-catching crack appeared clearly on the bell of heaven's samsara above his head. He let out a muffled groan, and purplish gold bloodstains appeared at the corner of his mouth. You're injured, Your Majesty. The child of many treasures sensed Di Shitian's abnormality and asked nervously. Don't worry. As expected of an Archean paragon. When one's strength reaches a certain level, just relying on divine abilities is a little weak. Even my annihilation light can't do anything to him. Even the bell of heavenly samsara was damaged. If we continue to fight, my chances of winning aren't high, even if I use all my trump cards. Even if I use all my trump cards, I might not be able to kill him. The only thing I can do now is hide. Di Shitian took a deep breath and wiped off the traces of blood on the side of his mouth. He muttered to himself, although it's clear that Judgment Supreme didn't use his full strength in that exchange just now, he didn't even use a single battle technique. However, this emperor still has a few trump cards in his hands. If he really forces me into a corner and wants to kill me, he can forget about getting any benefits. Big Brother Di, my virtual illusory realm is very powerful. With that scoundrel's rage and killing intent, I'm sure he'll be dragged into it. However, I can also sense a supreme treasure protecting his mind in his body. With my current strength, I can only suppress such a supreme treasure for a short while. It won't take long for it to break free. Huana ignored Dark's protests and sat on its head. She swung her snow-white legs and said, Big Brother, if you can play the Seven Sins divine melody together with my virtual illusory realm, we should be able to suppress him for a longer time. Unfortunately, Big Brother isn't a ruler yet. If you're a ruler, that bastard won't be able to stop us even if he has a supreme treasure that can defend against spiritual attacks. We'll just crush him. Her little face was filled with indignation. There's no need to rush. He has that treasure. With the power of my divine melody of Seven Sins, we won't be able to trap him for long. If we expose this trump card, we'll have one less trump card to deal with him in the future. If you want to hit a snake, you have to hit it where it hurts. Since you can't kill it, you have to hide your most important killing move. Only then will we be able to seal the deal with him in one blow. Di Shitian said calmly. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Otherwise, when the Autarch of Judgment catches up to us, I'll charge out and self-destruct. Even if I can't kill him, I'll be able to hold him back for a while. Tian Can's eyes shone with a vicious light. There was a hint of despair in them. In ancient times, he and Huang Quan were cowards. In the end, they went into hiding and avoided fighting. Now, they felt the changes of the demon race, their majestic growth, and even their bloodthirst. The cowardice in their hearts had long disappeared. In their hearts, they were willing to die for the demon race and sacrifice everything for the greater good. I'm not dead yet. It's not your turn to despair. Di Shitian's majestic gaze swept across the surroundings as he shouted. Every ancient demon god was a huge source of strength for the demon court. Now was the time for the monster race to grow stronger. How could he waste his strength on his own? Every ancient demon god was a huge boost to the monster race's strength. Monster Emperor, you can't escape from me. Rumble. In the chaos, a ray of golden light flashed. In the blink of an eye, Autarch of Judgment was catching up with them. He swung the sword of judgment at the demon court without hesitation. Crack! A huge sword light split the chaos and slashed down at the ancient city at a speed that could catch up with the stars and moon. Massive heavenly cycle stellar formation. Di Shitian calmly looked at the sword light that was whistling towards him as he decisively spat out a sentence. Boom! 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 365 huge stars suddenly flew out from the starry sky above the demon court, enveloping the entire demon court and forming a strange formation. Then, it began to move in a mysterious way. In an instant, a vast starry sky protected the entire ancient city. Countless stars were born, and each of them had a terrifying destructive power. Rumble. An ancient sword slashed at the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation. The destructive power contained in the sword light annihilated a large number of stars in an instant. It was as if the sword was going to split the formation into two halves. However, the entire formation formed a space of its own. Countless stars bombarded the sword light one after another. When the sword light reached the center, it was completely destroyed. At the same time, the demon court quickly fled forward. Massive heavenly cycle stellar formation? Although this ancient formation is powerful, it can't stop me. If I can't break it with one sword, I'll use two. If that doesn't work, I'll use three. Autarch of Judgment was not in a hurry. His expression was still that of a cat catching a mouse. He slashed at the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation again and again. Boom! 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 Countless stars were destroyed. The formation was on the verge of collapse under the sword light, as if it would be destroyed at any time. Boom! Boom! It was a terrifying scene. Child's play. Shifter Emperor, are you out of tricks? Autarch of Judgment sneered. He didn't even look at the cannon light. Instead, he waved his sword light, shattering the dense cannon light. Rumble. Although the massive heavenly cycle stellar formation was powerful, it was still weak in front of Autarch of Judgment. It didn't take long for the entire formation to be reduced to dust. Boom! 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 A sword light blasted toward the demon court. At the same time, Di Shitian didn't have a chance to block it. Another sword light flew toward him. He had no choice but to block it with the bell of heavenly cycle. Clang! Another crisp ringing sound rang out, and another terrifying crack appeared on the ancient bell. At the same time, another sword light landed on the ancient city. The ancient city was violently thrown forward. A terrifying force swept through the entire ancient city, causing cracks to appear on the city. How dare you, the Shifter Emperor, use an illusion to confuse me? Damn it! Autarch of Judgment approached the demon court, swinging the ancient sword in his hand again and again. Rumble. While the demon court was fleeing, it was hit again and again. Cracks appeared on the ancient city and quickly spread in all directions. It seemed as if the ancient city was going to be split into pieces. This emperor is the demon court. Sakura took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the urge to attack regardless of the consequences. His entire emperor body instantly swelled up and transformed into a 1,000,000 feet tall body. His feet firmly planted on the demon court. With this step, His entire mind and spirit merged with the ancient city. It was as if his feet had grown roots. In an instant, a vigorous force poured out, completely merging the ancient city with his body. Every inch of space in the city was under his control. Imperial Jade Archive, operate at full power. After Di Shitian merged with the ancient city, the demon court's aura became strangely hidden. It shook violently, and its speed soared nearly 10 times. At the same time, vast amounts of vital energy and the power of the 3,000 great Daos poured into the city. The cracks quickly healed. In an instant, the distance between them was increased. The surrounding chaos energy madly surged into the ancient city. You want to run? With your speed, you can't escape from this sovereign's palm. Autarch of Judgment's face was full of amusement. He was afraid that Di Shitian wouldn't run. The more he ran, the more pleasure he would feel when he chased after him. In the end, his desire for revenge would be even stronger. When he saw the demon court fleeing quickly, the pagoda beneath him also sped up by dozens of times. He chased after them closely. His eyes were filled with cruelty and malevolence. I'm so angry. This damn kid, he wants to kill us all. Lunatic Di, don't run. Let's fight it out with him. Even death would be much better than this. Ming's eyes emitted a blood-red light as he cried out. Death was not scary. What was scary was knowing that death was coming, but watching it come. That was despair. Shifter Emperor, why don't you run faster? This sovereign is catching up again. Autarch of Judgment said playfully. Whoosh. However, just as the demon court was about to be chased into the sky and into the ground by Autarch of Judgment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the chaos. In the vortex, a crystal-clear jade hand that emitted a delicate fragrance appeared out of thin air. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1178. Brothers, the monthly votes are being chased up. Those with monthly votes, please help us. The jade hand appeared abruptly, without any warning. Furthermore, the jade hand did not emit the slightest bit of aura, or even pressure. It was as if it had appeared casually, and as soon as it appeared, it slapped the Paragon of Judgment in the face. You're courting death. The Paragon of Judgment's face darkened. His eyes were blazing with anger. Someone actually dared to slap him, the Paragon of Primordial Age, in the face. That person must have eaten a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. He couldn't help but roar in anger. The sword of judgment in his hand glowed with a yellow light as it slashed towards the jade hand. He had no doubt that as long as the sword of judgment landed on the hand would be severed. Ding. However, the strange thing was that when the sword of judgment landed on the jade hand, it actually didn't cause the slightest spark. It only emitted a clear sound, and the domineering sword chi that sprayed out from the sword entered the jade hand like a stone entering the ocean. It disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, and not even the slightest bit of hair on the jade hand was cut off. It didn't even move the jade hand. Slap. The slap landed squarely on the Paragon of Judgment's face. The crisp sound of the slap was so loud that it covered a large area of the primordial chaos. In an instant, all sounds in the primordial chaos disappeared. In the demon court, all the demons and cultivators who witnessed the scene were dumbfounded. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Rumble. When the slap landed on Paragon Judgment's face, an imprint of the palm appeared on his face. Then, an inconceivable force gushed out. Paragon Judgment's body was sent flying like a cannonball. He was sent flying through the air for millions and millions of miles in the blink of an eye. He was nowhere to be seen. Scram. The only thing left in the primordial chaos was the clear voice of the Paragon of Judgment. The voice seemed to contain an indescribable majesty. Who was it? Paragon Judgment rushed back from the distance, and when he saw the vortex in the primal chaos, a clear slap mark could be seen on the left side of his face. Even his face was swollen. He roared with a ferocious expression. He stared at the vortex. Smack. As soon as he returned, the jade-like hand appeared again in the vortex and slapped him again as if she was swatting a fly. Ah! Sword of Judgment, unforgivable. When the Paragon of Judgment saw this, he almost went crazy. His eyes were filled with boundless fury. The judgment sword in his hand slashed towards the jade-like hand in a mysterious trajectory. The sword was filled with a sense of evil, a monstrous sin. Your crimes cannot be pardoned, causing people to involuntarily have the thought of being willing to accept your punishment. With the righteous energy of heaven and earth, there was nothing it could not overcome. This sword strike was filled with anger, intending to cut off the entire arm. Ding! However, the strange thing was that when the power contained in the sword came into contact with the arm, it was once again inexplicably devoured. When it entered the arm, it did not produce the slightest bit of destructive power. It was extremely strange, and the ancient sword was forcibly broken apart. Smack! Another crisp sound rang out. The jade-like hand slapped the right side of the Paragon of Judgment's face again. The power that erupted from the hand caused his entire body to spin, and he was flung tens of thousands of miles away. Shifter Emperor, just you wait. Today, you have an expert protecting you. Next time, I will definitely not let you go. The Paragon of Judgment was sent flying by the slap, and he no longer had the face to turn back. He stretched out his long sleeves to cover his face, blocking the two exceptionally clear palm prints on his face, and ran away with tears of anger. He only left behind a sentence filled with murderous intent in the chaos. Rumble. After the Paragon of Judgment left, the vortex that appeared in the chaos suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The chaos around them was silent, and it was somewhat strange. All the experts in the Fey court widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with shock. Even ancient Fey gods like Tian Can, Huang Quan, the Five Elements Patriarch, and Xing Yu had expressions of shock and disbelief. I didn't see wrongly, right? The Paragon of Judgment was slapped twice by a mysterious jade-like hand on the spot, and was chased away like an ant. The Five Elements Patriarch's face was filled with confusion and disbelief. The Paragon of Primordial, my mother, that's the Paragon of Primordial, and he was actually slapped. Xing Yu felt dizzy. It was difficult to wake up from the scene just now. The Paragon of Primordial was the strongest existence in the chaos, the pinnacle of existence. The most honorable existence. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such an expert that they had to look up to would actually be slapped in the face. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Absurd, it was simply too absurd. Your Majesty, could it be that jade-like hand that appeared in the Fey realm back then? Tian Can and Huang Quan's eyes were filled with surprise at the same time. They couldn't help but look at Di Shitian, hoping to get a positive answer from his mouth. They were the first group of officials to follow Di Shitian, and the things that happened in the Fey realm back then were still vivid in their minds. When they saw this jade-like hand, they immediately recalled what happened in the Fey realm back then. That scene was shockingly similar. It was hard not to associate it with the same thing. Huff. Di Shitian looked at the place where the vortex disappeared, took a deep breath, and a complicated expression appeared on his face. He muttered, "You don't have to think too much about this matter. The only thing now is to immediately go to the Tower of Babel. Such an opportunity is only once for us. Being able to make the Paragon of Judgment retreat this time doesn't mean that there will be such a lucky opportunity next time. We must seize this opportunity and upgrade the demon court to an immortal artifact at all costs. Otherwise, the next time we meet the Paragon of Judgment, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape the fate of running away again." There was an indescribable humiliation in his voice. This time, it could be said that they were no match for the Paragon of Judgment, but if they continued to run away next time, it could only be said that they were incompetent, and the entire demon court was incompetent. There was no expert in the entire demon clan. Humiliation was not terrible. No matter how serious the humiliation was, as long as it could be washed back 100 times or 1,000 times next time, it was no longer humiliation, but a motivation to move forward. That was the motivation to become stronger. Di Shitian would never allow others to save him again and again like this. His pride did not allow him to do so. Become stronger at all costs. Yes, Your Majesty. Tian Can, Huang Quan, and the others all answered cautiously. There was deep humiliation on their faces. The scene of being chased like a stray dog with no way out and no door into the ground would be deeply engraved in the deepest part of their hearts. In the deepest part of their memories, they would never forget it. The desire to become stronger in their hearts burned even more fiercely. Rumble. At this moment, a pitch-black tribulation cloud appeared out of thin air above the jade pool, and a terrifying purple eye opened in the tribulation cloud. A vast pressure rolled towards the jade pool like a tidal wave. Crack. A pillar of tribulation lightning struck down domineeringly like a heavenly pillar. Whoosh. Under the tribulation lightning, a mysterious and huge flower basket appeared out of thin air, spinning in the void, exuding an endless mysterious aura. The inside of the basket was like an abyss. When the tribulation lightning fell, it strangely disappeared. Instead, it made the colorful halo on the basket even more beautiful, exuding a gorgeous color. Boom. 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 The flowers bloom and wilt. An instant is eternity. Under the sky full of tribulation lightning, Chen Shi, who was wearing a palace robe and exuding a graceful and luxurious aura, walked from the ground to the void, step by step. It was as if there was an invisible staircase under his feet. She exuded a sacred and inviolable divine light. She pointed her slender finger at the flower basket. Suddenly, a vast devouring power came from the flower basket, and in a flash, the tribulation cloud was swept away. Into the flower basket. Whoosh. A dazzling divine pillar fell from the sky, shrouding Chen Shi in divine light. It felt like a breath, but also like an eternity. In the divine light, Chen Shi was like an eternal goddess in the river of time. Time was her brightest light. Unknowingly, the divine light dissipated. At the same time, a pure and noble aura exuded from Chen Shi's body, naturally covering the entire ancient city. Congratulations to the Demon Empress for overcoming the tribulation and becoming an ancient demon god. You will enjoy eternal blessings and may your life be boundless. When Tian Can, Huang Quan, and the other powerhouses saw this, they all knelt down and congratulated her with respectful expressions. There was a strong sense of joy in his voice. Congratulations to the Demon Empress for overcoming the tribulation and becoming an ancient demon god. You will enjoy eternal blessings and may your life be boundless. At the same time, countless demons in the demon court revealed respectful and passionate expressions as they congratulated her in unison. Their voices were as passionate as thunder. Even the all-heavens cultivators couldn't help but follow suit. In the demon court, the demon empress Chen Shi had finally become an ancient demon god, adding a powerful foundation to the demon race. Congratulations, Shi-er. You've finally become an ancient demon god. Di Shitian swept away the emotions brought about by the trial supremacy. He walked forward and held Chen Shi's hand with a gentle smile. If it weren't for my husband's great foundation, I'm afraid it would take far longer for me to reach my current level. Chen Shi's eyes were filled with tenderness. Sakura Sky laughed, and his face regained his awe-inspiring expression. He looked around and spoke in a deep voice. Today, the Demon Empress has been promoted to an ancient demon god. This is a celebration for the entire world. Any citizen or cultivator can receive a bottle of 100 Flowers Immortal Brew. Congratulations to the Demon Empress. His voice entered everyone's ears and covered the entire demon court. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1179. We congratulate the Demon Empress. Countless monsters, and even the officials of the monster court, congratulated him respectfully. This was a supreme honor. Who was the Demon Empress? She was the mother of all demons in the demon court. When Di Shitian wasn't around, Chen Shi was the one who presided over the court. That was why everything in the demon court ran smoothly. The Shi of Dawn's prestige in the demon clan was extraordinary. Now that Chen Shi had ascended to the ancient demon god realm, almost no one would be unhappy. Rumble. However, just as the officials were congratulating Chen Shi, tribulation clouds gathered in the sky above the jade pool. The entire jade pool was covered in tribulation clouds. Within the tribulation clouds, the purple eye emerged once again. It swept its gaze over the jade pool, emitting the majesty of the great path. Hey! I didn't expect that after dealing with the tribulation of supreme trial, there would be so many good things happening in my soaring firmament demon court. When Indra saw this, his face naturally revealed a kind of deep joy. It's little sister Tianxiang. She's finally reached this level. When Chenxi saw it, she couldn't help but nod her head in delight. She looked at Sakura and said, "Husband, in Xie's opinion, we should take advantage of this double happiness to set up a banquet in the jade pool to appease the restless emotions in our demon court. We'll eliminate the negative effects of the paragon of judgment. What do you think, husband?" Being chased around by the paragon of judgment was a great motivation for the demons, but it also brought unease to a large number of cultivators. Setting up a banquet in the jade pool was a good way to show the demon court's attitude and confidence to the entire demon race. While erasing the uneasiness in the hearts of the demons, it also stimulated their desire to improve. How could I object to such a good thing? You're the master of the jade pool, so you have full authority over this matter. The peaches in the peach garden should have ripened by now. The cores of the 9,000 peaches he plucked from the mother tree had already been removed and planted. This time around, the peaches from the mother tree were all plucked and stored in the royal heavenly treasury. Part of it will be used to refine pills and brew immortal peach wine, and the rest will be sealed. For this banquet, we'll take the peaches that ripen once every 9,000 years. We'll also take a portion of the other spirit herbs and spirit fruits. Sakura nodded as he pondered, and immediately opened his mouth to say, "Rumble." As he spoke, a huge snow-white Baihu appeared in the jade pool. This Baihu's body was abnormally huge, almost 10,000 feet. Behind her, 9 snow-white tails wantonly danced, each of them seemed to have incredible magical powers. One of them only drew a line outside his body. Suddenly, an extremely subtle power covered his entire body. This time, however, it was extremely strange. Under the shroud of this power, the white fox's entire body was in the void, but under the divine consciousness, it seemed to have disappeared without a trace. No divine consciousness could detect the figure in the void. They could only watch with their eyes wide open, but there was no way to lock onto it with their divine consciousness. It was as if she had disappeared, and there was only an illusory shadow here. She did not exist at all. But in their eyes, she was real. Rumble. Rumble. The purple eye in the tribulation cloud seemed to have a hint of bewilderment and doubt, and it constantly rippled. It seemed to be looking for her. Suddenly, one of the tails behind Baihu swayed slightly, and a strange power spread out. Suddenly, in the tribulation cloud in the void, bolts of tribulation lightning came crashing down. But these tribulation lightning did not fall on Baihu, but on the void around her. Once they fell, they were swallowed by the Imperial Jade Archive, and did not cause any damage to the ancient city. There was a loud rumble. The tribulation lightning danced wildly. After a long time, it finally stopped. Whoosh! The tribulation cloud dissipated, and a divine light broke through the sky. After Baihu dispersed the 2 strange powers, her entire body was shrouded in the divine light. Baihu, who was originally huge, regained her body and face in the divine light. She wore a snow-white palace robe, which accentuated her perfect figure perfectly. A colorful ribbon fluttered in the wind around her wrist. A pressure that seemed like the heavenly Tao descended on the entire demon court again. It announced the birth of another ancient demon god. All the cultivators and demons below the ancient demon god level knelt down in unison. They looked at Su Tianxiang respectfully and said, "Greetings, concubine Xiong. You will enjoy immortal blessings and live a long life. Congratulations on becoming an ancient demon god. Congratulations, concubine Xiong." Congratulatory voices thundered into the sky again. Heaven avoidance, heaven mystification. Tianxiang, it seems that the innate divine powers you have obtained after your ascension are indeed extraordinary. Di Shitian walked forward holding Chen Shi's hand and gently held Su Tianxiang's hand with his other hand. A smile appeared on his face. Su Tianxiang's method of evading the heavenly tribulation was incredible. She had 9 fox tails, and every time she grew one, she would receive a unique innate divine ability. Now, she was already a 9-tailed celestial fox, and she had 9 divine abilities. What she had just shown was very unique. One of them could even avoid the gaze of the heavens, and the other could even confuse the heavenly tribulation. They were extremely powerful. If it weren't for my husband, Tianxiang wouldn't be here today. Su Tianxiang's eyes seemed to ripple as she glanced at him with a smile. In one day, the demon empress and demon concubine had both become ancient demon gods. It was a rare occasion for the demon court. Moreover, they came as a pair. Immediately, a banquet was held in the Jade Pool. The important officials of the demon court were invited, as well as all the important powerhouses and peerless geniuses of the various races. The Celestial Clan, 5-Element Fairy Clan, Force Clan, Star Clan, Dragon Clan, Chileen Clan, Black Tortoise Clan, Phoenix Clan, and so on were all invited. As soon as the banquet started, a festive atmosphere filled the entire demon court. The cultivators and demons who were originally uneasy saw that the upper echelons of the demon court were still in the mood to hold a banquet and did not panic in the slightest. Immediately, their uneasy hearts settled down completely. They all gathered their strength and worked hard to cultivate. The demons on the path of heaven piercing were always full at all times. From time to time, a heavenly tribulation would flash. With the protection of the demon court, the heavenly tribulation was naturally not a problem. When they really couldn't hold on, the heavenly tribulation would naturally be devoured by the Imperial Jade Archive to make up for the heavenly tribulation Dao. The strength of countless demon clans was increasing rapidly. In the Jade Pool, the spirit fruits and peaches served at the banquet made the various races secretly marvel at the depth of the demon's foundation. The banquet passed in a relaxed atmosphere. Di Shitian, Chen Shi, and the others only appeared at the beginning of the banquet and then left. After all, with him around, the rest of the people at the banquet would still feel a strong sense of restraint even if they ate. It was difficult for them to relax. After the banquet, the entire demon court was in a tense state of cultivation. In the core space of the demon court, the huge Imperial Jade Archive was devouring the chaotic qi outside at an astonishing speed. Di Shitian sat cross-legged on the Jade Archive. With a flash of light in his hand, a spiritual jade box appeared in front of him. Crack! Following a series of crisp sounds, the jade box was easily opened. Inside, when the jade box was opened, 9 colored rays of light shot out. Within the rays of light, 9 colored hexagonal crystals the size of a fist appeared in front of him. In each of them, there seemed to be a mysterious talisman flickering, and a condensed great Dao pillar standing tall. It was exceptionally clear. It revealed a hidden charm. On the surface of each crystal, there were ancient Dao patterns. If one looked at it seriously, they would only feel that there was an inexplicable attraction in the crystal that could devour one's entire mind. Should I use these 9 drops of blood of the heavenly Dao or not? Di Shitian looked at the jade box with an unusually deep gaze. The blood of the heavenly Dao was the 9 drops of blood of the heavenly Dao that he had forcefully seized from the eye of the heavenly Dao when he was transcending the tribulation in the heaven-toppling ancient painting. The blood of the heavenly Dao could be said to be one of the most precious treasures in the world. It could even be said that it was difficult to find in the world. Moreover, he learned from Ming. Any one of the drops of blood of the heavenly Dao could allow an ordinary cultivator to advance to the realm of an ancient demon god at an astonishing speed. This was because there was a great Dao sealed in it. Once one obtained it, one would be able to achieve unparalleled achievements. Such a treasure was one of a kind in the world. If it was given, 9 ancient demon gods would immediately appear in the demon court. It would make the foundation of the demon court even more profound. No. The blood of the heavenly Dao is too precious. However, anyone who consumes it is destined to find it difficult to break through to the ruler realm in the future. Or even a half-step ruler. However, it has the value of becoming a foundation for the demon court. After pondering for a while, Di Shitian put away the blood of the heavenly Dao. This could be used to reward the outstanding geniuses of the demon race in the future. After putting away the jade box, he flipped his hand and another jade box appeared. There was not the slightest crack on the jade box. It was as if it was a complete body. Its entire body was covered in ancient patterns. There were mysterious grooves on the surface of the jade box. It was as if they were going to inlay some kind of item. The entire treasure box exuded a mysterious color. Especially on the surface, the pattern seemed to be a mysterious world tree. It stretched out branches and leaves. It was lifelike. It was full of mystery. The Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box. Lunatic DI, are you planning to open the Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box again? Ming couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this, and dense fear could be faintly seen in the space between her brows. She cried out, "This treasure box is too strange. Even though I'm able to obtain inconceivable gains every single time, I'm sure that this thing was definitely created by those fellows from the Curse Masters. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, if I want to open it again, I'm afraid I'll need the source seed of the world. If I want to open it, I'm afraid more than half of the source seed of the world in the entire demon court will be used up. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chidyen.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation." Chapter 1180. Looking at the Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box, all the bones in Dark's body trembled. He had a deep impression of this thing. It had stayed in there for who knew how many years, and it had almost been imprisoned forever. Originally, he had a strong feeling of rejection, especially since he had long believed that this thing was made by a cursemancer. He was not willing to touch anything that belonged to a cursemancer. This venerable heavenly treasure box, even with my current cultivation base and the heavenly punishment divine eye, I still can't see what's inside it. It's a strange treasure. Any energy that hits it will be instantly devoured. It's indestructible and indestructible. Back then, when I opened it, I received an inestimable amount of treasures. Both the heavenly punishment divine eye and the seven sins divine melody are supreme treasures. If I continue to open it and decipher it, I might get an even more amazing treasure. I might even get a trump card to fight against Judgment Sovereign. D.I. Chidyen looked at the Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box in front of him without hesitation. The matter of Judgment Sovereign had brought him an indescribable sense of urgency. Although he was saved by a benefactor, he had already repaid the favor in the past when he was still in the demon realm. Now that he had helped him again, he was already doing his best. He couldn't be so ungrateful as to expect help from others every time. The Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box was one of the possibilities that could make him stronger quickly. He naturally wouldn't give it up. Moreover, in terms of evil, he cultivated the power of desire, which could be said to be the root of all evil. In this world, no one was more evil than him. Why would he be afraid? The 9 grooves are connected by a tripartite formation. 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 What a strange method. The most important thing is that these 3 different tripartite formations have to be formed in order. Only by combining them to form the final tripartite formation can the Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box be opened. It's really unpredictable. Sakra's mind was already on the Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box. He stared at the lifelike world tree on the treasure box, as well as the 9 grooves on the world tree that didn't seem to be connected. His mind was spinning madly as he started to deduce. A picture had already formed in his mind, and he was constantly deducing countless possibilities at an astonishing speed. With his current abilities and knowledge, he could not be underestimated. Especially after he obtained the great Tao of array formations. He was also able to quickly deduce the mysteries contained within the treasure box. If it was in the past, even if one had 9 world source seeds and placed them inside without knowing the reason, not only would they not be able to open the treasure box, but all of them would be destroyed on the spot. They were reduced to fine powder. There was great wisdom contained in this. Even if someone could see that this was some kind of array formation, they wouldn't be able to do so. He might also think of the 9 palaces formation, the 4 phases 5 elements formation, and so on. The slightest difference could lead to a 1,000-mile loss. How could the venerable heavenly treasure box be an ordinary treasure? How could it be viewed with ordinary eyes? This emperor would like to see what kind of treasure will appear this time. Di Shitian stared at it for a long time before taking a deep breath. Light flashed in his hand, and a sky-connecting jade box appeared in his hand. He opened the jade box, and 9 world source seeds appeared inside. Every single one of them vaguely emitted the aura of the world source. First, reverse, then reverse. Finally, it is correct. Let's set up the 3 talents formation. Di Shitian carefully placed the world source seeds into the groove on the treasure box according to the method in his mind. Catcher. With a crisp sound, the moment the world source seeds were placed into the groove immediately wrapped around the world source seeds in a mysterious way, and they even merged perfectly with the treasure box. Reverse 3 talents formation. 3 world source seeds merged perfectly with the treasure box. The order was correct. Reverse 3 talents formation. Once again, 3 world source seeds were placed on the treasure box, and the treasure box merged the 3 world source seeds without any accidents. Correct 3 talents formation. Catcher. When the last 3 world source seeds merged with the treasure box, the entire 3 talents formation was completed. At the same time, countless mysterious tadpole-like Tao inscriptions on the venerable heavenly treasure box wriggled as if they were alive. Rumble. The entire treasure box shot out endless divine radiance, and the Tao inscriptions on it twisted and spun at an astonishing speed. On the surface of the treasure box, a strange whirlpool appeared out of nowhere. Within the whirlpool, there seemed to be some kind of unimaginable power, as if it was going to devour souls. It was extremely eerie. However, the treasure box vibrated violently. Within the whirlpool, there was a strong repulsive force, and a pitch-black item was spat out from the treasure box. Once the item left the whirlpool, it immediately expanded at an astonishing speed. It was a sealed pitch-black coffin. As soon as the black coffin appeared, a terrifying evil aura rushed towards him. It was as if there was a terrifying evil god in the black coffin. Countless ferocious devils appeared on the black coffin. They seemed to be laughing sinisterly, and also seemed to be struggling in pain. All kinds of faces appeared on the black coffin, as if they were the faces of all living beings. It was as if they were the embodiment of thousands of desires. Countless amounts of money, wealth, power, and beauties appeared on the black coffin, and it was a magnificent scene. It kept flashing and appearing. It was as if it was trying to pull one's mind into it. Come in, come in. There is an endless amount of money, endless wealth, countless treasures, supreme power, and countless beauties here. Endless enjoyment. Once you enter this place, you are a supreme being, you are the most supreme emperor. Come, come, offer your lowly souls to me. Countless ferocious faces appeared on the black coffin, and they madly let out strange and terrifying cries. Countless tempting voices could be heard. At the same time, mysterious and strange imprints kept flashing on the black coffin. They kept wriggling as if they were alive, and they looked like mysterious evil gods. F***ck, it's really a strange thing that the conjurers brought out. Oh my god, curse seals. This black coffin is actually formed by curse seals. Just how many types of curse seals are needed to form such a black coffin? It's a killing weapon, a huge killing weapon. This thing is so evil. Dark was about to shout crazily. Hey, big brother Di, this black coffin seems to be a coffin of sin formed in the limitless realm of desire. This is good stuff. It's actually formed by curse techniques. I remember that there was a group of strange people who liked to get close to the power of desire. They fused the power of desire with some very evil things to form a very interesting magical art. This black coffin is very interesting. I can feel that it contains an incredible power. Juana felt very fond of it, and she felt very close to it. Let me devour you. After the black coffin appeared, it revealed an incomparably evil side. Countless curse seals wriggled, and as they wriggled, the black coffin quickly changed shape into a pitch-black head. It opened its pitch-black mouth and whistled as it tried to swallow Di Shitian. Let me devour you. Di Shitian stood on the Imperial Jade Archive without fear. Instead, he had an unusually confident expression on his face as he faced the attack of the black coffin. An indescribable devouring force suddenly burst out from his body, as if he had transformed into a terrifying black hole in an instant. The powerful devouring force sucked the strange head into the Emperor's body. As soon as it entered his body, the entire black coffin collapsed, turning into countless curse seals that frantically ate away at every inch of his flesh. Each curse seal could be said to be the most terrifying and evil power. Moreover, their uses were all kinds of strange and hard to estimate. Some directly evaporated the blood, some caused terrible pain all over the body, some caused the hair to fall off instantly, some robbed the lifespan, some caused the flesh to fester, some caused the five senses to disappear, and some turned into a woman. There were also some that changed from female to male, and so on. There were all kinds of incantations that were almost innumerable as they crazily destroyed Sakra's body. It seemed to want to devour his flesh and blood. I am the source of all evil. The curse techniques of heaven and earth are all born from me. All curse seals, heed my command and return to your positions. Di Shitian's expression was calm as he quickly circulated the Imperial Shocking Book. Suddenly, the 12th rank Black Lotus spun faster and faster, and the Imperial Indestructible Talisman emitted a boundless aura of desire. Supreme aura. This was a great power. As soon as it spread out, it made the endless curse seals that were wreaking havoc in his body stop on the spot. And at the first moment, as if on a pilgrimage, they madly rushed into the Imperial Indestructible Talisman, drilled into the 12th rank Black Lotus inside, and directly branded on it. Countless curse seals rotated with the Black Lotus, and kept rotating like pitch-black stars. As they rotated, they faintly converged into a pitch-black coffin. Then they collapsed in an instant, and kept rotating on the Black Lotus. It emitted a hidden aura. At the same time, after these curse seals were integrated into the Imperial Indestructible Talisman, the Black Lotuses in the other indestructible talismans surged with a vast power of desire and automatically derived the same curse seals. For a time, all the Imperial Indestructible Talismans became a little inexplicably strange. They emitted a hidden aura. In an instant, the aura emitted by Di Shitian's body became a little different. Whoosh! After a long time, his closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing a trace of imperceptible light. Good. 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 Now this emperor can be considered to have truly inherited the legacy of the conjurers. I didn't expect the conjurer's legacy to be so profound, so incredible. Good. If judgment supremacy catches up, this emperor will give him a big surprise. Di Shitian took a deep breath, and his eyes were abnormally deep. In those few moments just now, only he knew how much his battle strength had increased. If the illusion of desire was an attack on the enemy's mind, then the curse technique was a direct attack on the body and even the divine soul. The two complemented each other. Together, the power they could unleash was limitless. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1181. After the black coffin was integrated into the Emperor's body, the immortal and indestructible supreme aura was faintly emitted from Sakra's body. Compared to before, it was unknown how many times more intense it was. Vaguely, it seemed to have become taller and more imposing, causing all living beings to have a feeling of wanting to prostrate themselves in worship as long as they took a glance at it. Every inch of his flesh flashed with the hymn of the Emperor's Tao. It was the worship and faith of the Emperor. Countless mysterious runes flickered constantly, absorbing the power of desire from the heavenly punishment world from the void and transforming it into a unique power that constantly strengthened the power contained in each rune. It constantly transformed from illusory to corporeal. The runes that filled the sky revolved around the 12th grade Black Lotus like a pitch-black Xinghe. It was unusually resplendent. Imperceptibly, it took another big step toward the path of dominating. My goodness, it really is the work of those cursemances. Good heavens, if it weren't for the fact that you happen to cultivate the Tao of Desire and the Tao of Emperor, which is the source of all evil, I'm afraid these countless runes would have swallowed us all on the spot, leaving not even a single bone residue behind. How sinister. Fortunately, you've inherited the legacy of the Cursemances. The Cursemances are notorious in the primal chaos. They're a group that even Supremes are afraid of. I heard that the Cursemances went to the demon god continent to steal a coffin of 10,000 sins. Compared to them, they refined this extraordinary treasure into an incredible treasure. It's an inheritance. Now, it finally belongs to you, Madman Di. Although Dark was extremely fearful and resentful of the Cursemances, he was unusually excited to see Di Shetien reap the benefits. If the supremacy of judgment catches up with us again, we'll let him have a taste of the Cursemances' techniques. This curse technique should have belonged to you, big brother. No one in this world is more suitable than you to master the power of curses. Once you cultivate the Tao of Desire to great perfection and master the 7 emotions and 6 desires, you'll be able to unleash the Tao of Desire to the extreme. Curses naturally belong to you, big brother. Huana giggled. She wasn't surprised at all. Good. Now, I finally have a trump card that I can use to deal with the Paragon of Judgment. Sakura took a deep breath and restrained his aura again, not revealing the slightest bit. Then, he looked at the mysterious treasure box in front of him again. After the treasure box was sent out of the black coffin, it immediately returned to its previous calm state. There was nothing strange about it anymore. Looking at it, the 9 world source seeds that were originally embedded in it had mysteriously disappeared. It was as if it had been completely devoured by the treasure box. The Tao inscriptions on it were even more mysterious and lively. It carried the aura of life. On the surface of the treasure box, the image of a purple gold crown appeared. This crown exuded an incredible emperor's might, as if it was refined from the souls of countless emperors. They were vivid and lifelike, symbolizing the pinnacle of power, and status. Just by looking at it, one would feel that one's entire mind would be attracted by this crown. He couldn't help but want to take it for himself. It was as if he could obtain it, he would have everything that was unparalleled in the world. Status, power. He would become the most supreme existence. The crown had the most brilliant colors in the world. What a great crown! Compared to this crown, this emperor's crown pales in comparison. Di Shetien looked at the image of the crown on the Imperial Sky treasure box for a long time before he sighed. He felt that the crown on his head was quite different from the image on the treasure box. Lunatic Di, look. There are 3 grooves on the crown. They seem to be the key to opening the treasure box next time. Ming exclaimed inwardly. However, he immediately noticed that there were 3 grooves of the same size on the crown. They seemed to indicate the missing parts of the crown. This was an important clue to opening the treasure box. Every time the Imperial Sky treasure box was opened, the image would change. It had never repeated itself. Every time it happened, it would be extremely strange. It's the Genesis Qi of Tai Chu, Tai Shuo, and Tai Ching. Ming was experienced and knowledgeable in the end. She instantly noticed the mysterious aura emanated from the 3 grooves, and she couldn't help but come to an understanding. Could it be that the next opening of the Imperial Heavenly Treasure Box requires divine crystals condensed from these 3 types of Genesis energy? How is this possible? These 3 kinds of Genesis Qi were all more mysterious than chaotic Qi. Usually, even if it's just a strand, it would be a great opportunity to obtain it. How difficult is it to condense such a fist-sized crystal? Tai Chu, Tai Shuo, and Tai Ching could be said to be incomparably rare treasures in the chaotic world. Among them, primordial Qi was born from the heavens and earth. It would only be born when life was born. It was like when a child was born. The moment it was born, it would let out a sound and spit out primordial Qi. Every life would only spit out a strand of primordial Qi when they were born. Furthermore, this strand of primordial Qi was extremely weak. Even the slightest accident could cause it to instantly dissipate. It would completely disappear. To survive, one would need an unparalleled opportunity. As for Tai Chu, Qi, it returned to the origin and was also extremely rare. Only when a life died, that strand of Tai Chu chi would erupt at the end of life. That was what ordinary life called the final radiance of the setting sun. That was the most brilliant radiance of life at the end of life. There was vitality in death. This strand of Tai Chu chi could also be dispersed with a slight flash. It was extremely rare. Finally, the Tai Ching Ching was the chi of righteousness. There was chi of righteousness in heaven and earth. It was formed by chi of righteousness. The life in every world would often have chi of righteousness. It was just a matter of how much chi of righteousness there was. For example, in the demon god continent, killing was rampant. Naturally, there was very little chi of righteousness. In the origin world, there was often more chi of righteousness. In the vast chi of righteousness, it often required a huge amount to condense a strand of Tai Ching chi. It was also quite rare. These three were the Genesis chi that accompanied the birth of life. As long as it was preserved, it would drift into the chaos, be scattered everywhere, or gather together. But to condense, Tai Chu, crystal, Tai Chu, crystal, and Tai Ching, crystal, it was absolutely incredible. Try your best to find it. In the end, you may be able to find these three crystals of origin. I have a feeling that this imperial heavenly treasure box might not only contain the secrets of the Cursmancer, but it also contains an inconceivable secret. There seemed to be an endless amount of treasures hidden within. This treasure seems to have no power, but in fact, it contains endless mysteries. Sakura naturally wouldn't be unaware of the difficulty of finding the three crystals of origin. However, there was also endless motivation to push him to find out. Even if it was rare, it was not impossible to find. It's a pity that we can't go to the Supreme God territory now. Otherwise, we may be able to find these three crystals of origin. Ming said with some regret. It's okay, let's go to the Tong Tien Tower first. Di Shitian said in a deep voice and did not say anything else. He put away the Imperial treasure box again and sat cross-legged on the Imperial Jade Archive. Waves of pure chaos chi surged into the Emperor's body like a tide. Every moment, there was a huge amount of chaos chi entering his body. But his own cultivator, the Imperial True Force, still did not increase at all. All the chaos chi that entered his body was instantly swept into every Imperial True aperture in his body. It seemed that every time he absorbed a bit of power, the aura emitted from the aperture would become more and more hidden. The mysterious ancient trees were thriving. Every aperture was like a bottomless pit that could not be filled. TSK, I really don't know if the crazy Emperor's current situation is good or bad. What does this sudden change of aperture mean? Ming sighed secretly. The sudden change of aperture could be said to have directly stopped the sovereign body that should have been promoted long ago from being promoted. He missed a huge opportunity. You know something, you jailbird. Brother, this is a good thing. It's a good thing that those sovereigns can't even ask for. If there really is such an opportunity, those sovereigns, supremes, and demon ancestor would be eager to replace him. A disdainful look appeared on her face as she spoke disdainfully. She was very optimistic about what was happening to Di Shitian. Moreover, Sakura himself wasn't discouraged because of this. He wanted to see what the true limit of the aperture points could reach. With the Emperor's Jade Archive's ability to swallow and spit out hundreds of primordial chaos in every instant, as long as there was time, he didn't believe that he couldn't fill up these aperture points. Reaching the limit. Rumble. After a fierce battle in the demon court, all of its injuries were healed. All of his injuries were automatically healed, and he flew towards the Tower of Babel at a constant speed. It traveled through the chaos. It was difficult to estimate how long it had been. It was unknown how much time had passed. Along the way, the demon court also encountered some carnate spiritual roots born in the chaos, such as the Heaven's Secret Tea Tree and the Celestial Purple Bamboo. They also encountered 2 carnate spiritual embryos. There were also some carnate spiritual materials born in the chaos, such as Chaos Divine Iron and Yin-Yang Divine Crystals. These treasures and spiritual roots were planted in the 100 Herb Garden, while the embryos and spiritual items were sent to the Imperial Treasure Vault to be temporarily sealed. As for the rest, they did not encounter any attacks. The primordial beasts and primordial fiend gods seemed to be intentionally avoiding the demon court. This made the journey quite peaceful. There were no other unforeseen events. The chaos did not keep track of time. After an unknown period of time, the entire demon court suddenly trembled slightly and came to a halt. Di Shitian's figure on the Imperial Jade Archive disappeared without warning and reappeared in the cloudy palace of the Golden Arches. Chen Shi, Maishin, Bai Hu, and Katomi appeared one after another on 4 phoenix thrones. A maid stood behind them. Inside the palace, officials stood in wait. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1182. Elder Fox, who was dressed in a green robe, was standing at the front of the group on the left. There was a faint look of shame on his face. Left Prime Minister, you have perished in the heaven-toppling ancient diagram. Di Shitian looked at Hu and said in a deep voice, I have embarrassed the demon court. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Who had obtained a large amount of resources and had the support of the demon sealing roll. His cultivation had advanced rapidly. When he entered the heaven-toppling ancient diagram, he had already broken through to the ancient heavenly demon realm. Now that he had perished and revived, he could not help but feel ashamed. It's fine. Left Prime Minister, you are not good at fighting, but you are talented in handling political affairs. Since you have returned this time, you have to start working on the political affairs of the demon court in the future. Manage the subordinate planes well and make the demon court grow stronger. Sakura didn't blame him. Old Fox himself wasn't good at fighting. It wasn't easy for him to hold on until now. However, he still asked, since you're back, what's the situation in the heaven-toppling ancient painting? Report it to me. Yes, Your Majesty. When Old Fox heard the question, his face regained its usual confident expression. He spoke with fervor and assurance. The fierce battle for the 3 lists and 1 scroll in the ancient painting of the heavens-toppling ancient painting has reached a climax. Moreover, as Your Majesty expected, many cultivators who have been bribed by the demon god continent have turned against their masters. Many peerless geniuses did not perish in the hands of others, but in the hands of those close to them. It was extremely tragic. Blood dyed every inch of the void red. After our warriors entered the ancient diagram, they directly fought with the human experts and were secretly assassinated by some other races. However, we did not embarrass the demon court. None of us are cowards. All of us are brave men who fought to the end. Many of us made breakthroughs in the battle, especially those old friends of Your Majesty who entered the battlefield in the Purple Heaven Pavilion. Each of them can be called a genius. The sky-devouring Rat King has already broken through to the peak of the ancient heavenly demon realm. The Blood Wrm King has also reached the ancient heavenly demon realm. Moreover, the strongest is the underworld Crow King. He is simply the Grim Reaper on the battlefield. His combat prowess is unfathomable. The ministers, Di Shitian, Chen Shi, and the others in the hall were quietly listening to Hu's narration of the ancient painting of heavens toppling heavens. This was the most direct information. When Di Shitian heard about the demon race's performance in the ancient map, he nodded slightly. It was commendable. Your Majesty. Just when he was almost done talking about the ancient painting of the heavens toppling heavens, Hu spoke again. This humble subject has another matter to report. Speak. Di Shitian nodded. After His Majesty left the purple gold continent, the human race issued a demon-slaying order to exterminate all the remaining members of the demon race in the myriad worlds, Hu said with a serious expression. What? Humans deserve to die. How dare you, humans? You want to exterminate my people? You're courting death. When he returned, he would drink their blood and eat their flesh. How despicable. As soon as Hu finished speaking, the eyes of all the officials in the hall burst out with anger. Their faces were full of anger, and they couldn't help but curse loudly. He was filled with righteous indignation. That rage could not be suppressed no matter what. In Di Shitian's eyes, there was also a flash of cold light. However, on the violet gold continent, the dragon race, phoenix race, Chilean race, and Black Tortoise race have all issued a declaration that they want to protect the remaining members of the monster race. However, the human race has acted recklessly. It seems like they have already used the trump cards they have been hiding for many years. A large number of human experts have entered the Violet Gold continent and slaughtered the monster race. The dragon race and the other 3 races have also declared war against the human race, dispatching their elites to defend against the human race. Large batches of monster race warriors from the heavenly toppling ancient painting have returned to the continent to fight against the human race's elites. Besides them, the Lee clan, the Star clan, and the Shura clan have joined hands to condemn the human clan. Before I died, they all wanted to send their troops to declare war on the human clan. Right now, the purple gold continent is abnormally chaotic. Who said with a solemn expression. Every sentence was sonorous and powerful, and it echoed in the hall. It made the eyes of all the officials in the hall almost spit fire. They couldn't wait to return to the purple gold continent and have a fierce battle with the human clan. The demon court will definitely not let this matter rest. When the demon court becomes an immortal artifact and returns to the purple gold continent, it will be time for the human clan to taste the bitter fruit. However much blood the human clan has stained the hands of the monster race, we will pay it back 100 times, 1,000 times. Di Shitian took a deep breath and said, "All right, let's go to the southern heaven gate. We have arrived at the Tower of Babel." After Di Shitian finished speaking, he got up and walked forward. Soon, the group appeared outside the southern heaven gate. At this moment, the scene before them was exceptionally shocking. In the originally colorless primordial chaos, there was a vast and strange continent before them. It stood tall in the primordial chaos, and no amount of primordial chaos chi was able to corrode that strange continent. It was as though there was an invisible barrier around it. It blocked the erosion of the chaotic aura. And in the center of the entire continent, a towering pagoda rose from the ground, one layer after another, piercing the sky. The entire pagoda was emitting a bronze divine glow. It revealed the traces of time and ancient charm. Any person, any race, any powerhouse, even the primordial divine demons. Primordial ferocious beasts. In front of this towering Tower of Babel, no matter how strong one was, when they first saw it and stood under the tower, they would have the same feeling of being small, extremely small. No matter who it was, they would involuntarily feel that they were so small and humble compared to the divine pagoda in front of them. This had nothing to do with whether one's strength was profound or not. Standing here, one would have this feeling. So what if one was an unparalleled powerhouse? In front of the divine pagoda, it was a giant, and one was a child. It was so indescribable. Layer after layer, the vast pagoda was still shrouded in a mysterious fog. Looking up, even with the divine eye, one couldn't see where the top of the pagoda extended to. Mysterious and ancient, this was the unique charm that the pagoda exuded. The Tower of Babel. It really is the Tower of Babel on the purple gold continent. I didn't expect it to really extend to the primal chaos. And, from the looks of it, even the primal chaos isn't its limit. The pagoda can reach the heavens. Can the pagoda really reach the heavens? Di Shitian stared at the vast divine pagoda in front of him for a long time before he murmured. The moment he saw the pagoda, he could clearly sense that this pagoda was the one on the purple gold mainland. Mysterious. Indeed, it was extraordinarily mysterious. Your Majesty, it's not yet time for the Tower of Babel to open. Look, there are already many primordial divine demons and primordial fierce beasts below the pagoda. The location of the Tower of Babel is an absolute forbidden zone. No fighting can occur. This is an iron law that even rulers have to abide by. It's absolutely safe inside. Xingyu laughed heartily as he pointed to the continent where the Tower of Babel was located. Below the pagoda, primordial divine demons were gathering. These primordial divine demons had shrunk their bodies to the size of an ordinary person. Some had even set up stalls below the pagoda. It seemed that their numbers were not small. There were primordial divine demons, demon emperors from the demon god continent, and so on. When all of them gathered together, there was actually a considerable number. It seemed a little lively. Your Majesty, because the Tower of Babel prohibits martial arts, there are often primordial divine demons and even experts from various large realms coming here to trade. Now that the Tower of Babel is opening again, it's even more lively. Why don't we go in? Perhaps we can exchange for some precious treasures. Although this place can't compare to the sovereign divine realm, it's not inferior in terms of all kinds of transactions. This is one of the reasons why this humble subject hopes Your Majesty can come. The Five Elements Patriarch said respectfully. Yes, good things often appear here. Perhaps rare treasures that can make the demon court even more powerful will appear. This gathering only happened once in 100,000 years. Many treasures are often taken out to exchange for what they need at this time. Xingyu said with shining eyes. Good, let's enter Babel Island. Di Shitian ordered without hesitation. Rumble. The demon court shuttled directly into Babel Island. As soon as they entered the island, they felt an invisible mighty force coming from the heavens and earth. In an instant, the entire demon court was suppressed and fell from the sky until it reached a height of 100 meters. Only then did the Imperial Jade Archive resist the terrifying mighty force coming from the outside world. It stopped in mid-air. It stood proudly. At the same time, the arrival of the Ling Xiao Demon Court also made all the primordial godfiends and experts on the island look surprised, fearful, and even interested. Some of them even stared blankly. Some were stunned, as if they had seen something unbelievable. Some of them even sucked in a few breaths of cold air. It's the demon court. It's the demon emperor. Why are they here? Didn't the demon emperor kill the octopus emperor and Dao Lord of Massacre? Isn't he being pursued by the paragon of judgment? How could they escape from the paragon of judgment? How is this possible? Is the demon emperor really that powerful? One of the primordial divine demons muttered to himself in disbelief. With the paragon of judgment's ability, it's impossible that he couldn't track down the demon emperor. But now, they have appeared here. Do they really have the ability to fight against the paragon of primordial divine demons? The ancient demon race, the demon race that started a monstrous massacre in the chaos. They are indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Each and every one of them revealed an astonished expression as they discussed animatedly. Those who were here were the first batch of experts to arrive at Babel Tower. Their information about the demon court stopped at the news of the paragon of judgment going out to hunt down the demon emperor. All of them had already sentenced the demon race to death in their hearts. They thought that it was impossible for them to escape from the paragon of primordial divine demons. Now that they had appeared, it was hard for them not to be shocked. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1183. It had to be said that Di Shitian and the entire monster race were quite famous in the chaos. What the monster race had done in ancient times had spread their name far and wide across the chaos. Di Shitian had brought the demon court into the chaos and immediately blasted the octopus emperor into smithereens. If that wasn't a big deal, then the fact that he had killed Dao Lord Killer was enough to shake the chaos to its core. The Prime Val Autarch was said to be at the peak of the chaos. Such an autarch had chased after a monster emperor who hadn't even become a sovereign. It was a surefire victory, but he had failed. He had appeared on Ingress Island out of the blue. This kind of difference in consciousness caught these experts off guard, and they were greatly surprised. It could be said that it was pardonable. Upon arriving at Ingress Island, all cultivators and monsters in the demon court are free to enter and leave the ancient city at will. However, before the Ingress Tower opens, you must return to the demon court. Violators will bear the consequences. Di Shitian naturally took the words of the experts on the island to heart, but he didn't care at all. This was a good opportunity for him to spread his name far and wide. His appearance here, while the Autarch of Judgment had returned with his tail between his legs. This was an invisible deterrent, a blatant slap to the face. In the eyes of the experts on the island, his weight was bound to be heavier. Many thanks, Monster Emperor. When they saw that they had arrived at Ingress Island, Some had wanted to enter the island to observe, play, and even try to trade with the primeval godfiends and experts of the demon god continent to see if they could exchange for the items they needed. After thanking Di Shetian, the cultivators of various races left through the gates of heaven and gathered on the island. It's a pity that ordinary cultivators have to trade with experts of the primeval godfiend level. How could they possibly have items that could catch the eye of these experts? Even if they went down, they would only be there for the fun and novelty. Those who are truly capable of trading are few and far between. Mai Xin chuckled and shook her head. It's always good to see more. Di Shetian said calmly. Your Majesty Shifter Emperor, may I know if your demon court will allow us to enter and purchase some rare items? At this moment, a heroic-looking woman among the primordial godfiends on the island asked. Moreover, when she asked, some of the experts on the island also turned their attention to Di Shetian. It was obvious that he cared a lot about his answer. As long as you follow the rules of the demon court, what's wrong with that? Di Shetian said calmly. That's great. Thank you for your generosity, Shifter Emperor. Some of the primordial godfiends laughed in unison. Let's go take a look at the island together. Di Shetian was rather interested in the trade fair that was taking place on the island. This trade fair could be said to be the highest level trade fair in the chaos. None of the items that appeared here were ordinary. It's all up to you, husband, Chen, she said with a smile. Without stopping, Di Shetian landed on Ingress Island with Chen Shi, Katomi, and the other two demon concubines. Behind them, Blood Dove and the Bloodkill guards stood guard outside. They followed along. There wasn't any chaos on the island when it came to trading and setting up stalls. There were only two long streets that intersected with each other to form a cross street. Those who wanted to trade would place their treasures in front of them while they sat behind them. They didn't shout like they did in the mortal world, but waited quietly. Di Shetian landed on the cross street and walked forward with Chen Shi and the others at a leisurely pace. They arrived at the first stall. The owner of the stall was a primordial godfiend. She was a woman with an unusually cold expression who sat quietly. There were a dozen or so treasures in front of her. Moreover, there was a jade plaque in front of the stall that read, "Looking for stellar tear crystals. You can exchange them for any of the treasures in front of you." Stellar tear crystals are said to be the tears of the celestial maiden of the immemorial celestial realm. It was a supreme treasure that was nurtured after countless years in the chaos. It's a rare material used to refine star-class treasures. Even in the chaos, it's quite rare. If I have stellar tear crystals, the items in front of you don't seem to be worth it. Di Shetian glanced meaningfully at the woman and spoke frankly. Shifter Emperor, you actually know about stellar tear crystals. Do you have them? Or do you know where they are? When the indifferent woman heard Indra's words, her originally calm eyes instantly flickered with a trace of resplendent light. She said in a deep voice, "These things naturally can't be compared to the stellar tear crystal. However, if Demon Emperor has it, then I'm willing to exchange it with something you need." At their level, any currency would hardly have any effect or restraint on them. There were many things that couldn't be bought with money. Only the most primitive barter, where each of them took what they needed, was the mainstream method of trading. I need spiritual items, divine items, and even spiritual treasures that are close to the origin of heaven and earth. For example, 5-element spiritual pearl, myriad poison sky crystal, soul blood crystal, infinite light, yin-yang spring eye, void crystal, pure yang divine iron, heavenly one divine water, etc. As long as it's beneficial to the origin of heaven and earth, I want it. As long as you have these items, I have a box of stellar tear crystals. It's enough for you to refine any life treasure. Di Shetian naturally exuded an invisible emperor's aura. When he spoke, his words carried an unquestionable charm. Origin of heaven and earth. You want the demon court to become an immortal artifact. When the woman heard this, her eyes couldn't help but light up. She said with certainty almost on the spot. Origin of heaven and earth, 3,000 great Taos. This was the most fundamental secret to becoming an immortal artifact. However, even if he knew, in the chaos space, Only sovereign realm experts could truly ascend to the immortal realm. The other experts could only refine divine weapons to the extreme. It was simply too difficult to gather all 3,000 great Tao in a immortal artifact. However, the demon court clearly didn't take the extreme path. Instead, it aimed to become an immortal artifact. This wasn't a secret in the chaos. That's right. As long as you have the origin of heaven and earth, I'll give you the stellar tear crystals in exchange for 3 rare treasures. Indra made a grabbing motion in the air and instantly, a psychic jade box appeared in his hand. He opened the jade box and instantly, resplendent star divine splendor shot out. Numerous star crystals, the size of a fist and the size of a teardrop, were quietly placed inside. There were 7 of them. They weren't few in number. Every single one of them was a rare treasure. This was one of the treasures he'd plundered in the Godfall Abyss. There were 10 in total. He'd left 3 behind, and the rest were here. I have the Celestial Soundstone, the Abyss Black Crystal, the Heavenly One Divine Water, and the Deathless Grail. These 4 items all contain the origin of heaven and earth. I want to exchange them for this box of stellar tear crystals. Also, I want a realm in the demon court as my dojo. The woman suddenly rose to her feet, starry splendor shooting out of her eyes. Moreover, she made a request at the end. She wanted a place in the demon court. There was no doubt that she wanted to be stationed in the demon court. It could even be said that she wanted to join the demon court. You want to exchange 4 divine items for the stellar tear crystals and the right to enter the demon court? When Sakra heard that, countless thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, but he had already calmed down in an instant. He said thoughtfully, "Originally, I only wanted to exchange for 3 of your divine objects. However, since you took out 4 of them, they are indeed of great help to this Sakra. I will agree to your conditions. However, the realm I allow you to enter still belongs to me. You only have the right to use it. As compensation, you can have a land deed in the main city of the demon court. You can build a dojo or residence there." "All right. Deal." When the woman heard Di Shitian's agreement, she waved her hand, and 3 psychic jade boxes appeared. She opened the boxes, and the 4 divine items that she had mentioned before were inside. After confirming that there were no mistakes, she continued, "I'm Xing Wukong." In the chaos, the other cultivators call me Star Venerable. If you enter the demon court in the future, please take care of me, Demon Emperor. In her words, she once again mentioned that she wanted to be stationed in the demon court. This is the Numinous Cloud token, and this is the Numinous Cloud card. There are 1,000,000 Numinous Cloud coins in the card. Take it as a gift. I can't ask for more than a powerhouse like you to be stationed in the demon court. The Numinous Cloud token can open the heavenly gate to the demon court at any time. Di Shitian nodded with a faint smile, not hiding his intention to recruit her. After nodding to each other, Di Shitian continued to walk forward with Chen Shi and the others. "Husband, that Xing Wukong seems to have a huge interest and desire to enter our demon court. Could there be some reason that we don't know about?" As Chen Shi walked, his eyes flickered with a strange light as he muttered to himself. "Don't worry. No matter what the reason is, as long as you enter the demon court, you will be part of our demon court's combat strength. Even if there is any conspiracy, they will definitely not be able to play any tricks in the demon court." How could Di Shitian not notice this? If the 5 Elements Patriarch and Xing Yu joined the demon court because of their interest and the great Tao, then Xing Wukong's desire to enter the demon court instantly made him puzzled. It seemed that there was some unusual charm contained within. However, Di Shitian did not delve too deeply into this. He just took a stance of being happy to see it happen. After strolling around the island, he took out all kinds of treasures to exchange for a large number of divine items. Before Di Shitian returned to the demon court, he looked around the island and said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, I have set up the Lingxiao platform. Any divine item or spiritual item of the origin of heaven and earth in your hands can come in exchange for the treasures you need. As long as the demon court has it, you can exchange for it." He stretched out his hand and pointed at the Heavenly Passage Island. Immediately, a part of the ground grew up and turned into a Lingxiao platform. Treasure Boy immediately led a group of officials of the demon court and quickly built a trading platform. On the Lingxiao platform, all kinds of treasures were placed. Life Source Seed, World Source Seed, Supreme Grade Divine Crystals, 10,000-year-old Spirit Wine, Immortal Peaches, Carnate Spirit Treasures, Holy Spirit Fruits from the Reincarnation Holy Spirit Tree, and so on. All kinds of treasures were placed on the platform. Treasure light shone in all directions. In an instant, it became the center of attention on the entire Heavenly Passage Island. One mighty figure after another seemed to see the items they needed on the platform and walked up to the platform to trade. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 1184. Along the way of the soaring sky demon court, Sakura had simply accumulated a huge amount of wealth by plundering. Back then, it was the fallen god Abyss, then it was the land of exile, and then it was the Linglong treasure house in the Linglong treasure pagoda left behind by Purple Moon. He had even plundered all kinds of precious treasures and collected a considerable number of rare treasures in the Imperial treasure house. Moreover, there were some unique treasures that weren't nurtured in the chaos, but in worlds with life. They were treasures that the great powers of the chaos greatly desired. For example, the star essence gold, the undead immortal bone, and so on. They were rare treasures that could not exist in the chaos but often had unique functions. Some special products, some spiritual essence, and some spiritual fruits were all things that many powerful figures wanted. As soon as the Lingxiao platform was built, many powerful figures came to trade. Although not all of them were divine objects and spiritual objects that the demon court needed to upgrade, the treasure boy did not refuse any of them as long as they were things that the demon court did not have. Moreover, even if they were rare treasures, they would often leave a certain amount of stock in the Imperial treasure house. If they did not sell all of them, they would rather not trade even if they were the only ones. For a time, the accumulation of resources was constantly increasing. Some divine objects were also slowly being withdrawn. However, it was strange that some powerful figures deliberately inquired about whether the demon court would accept rogue cultivators in the chaos after trading. It was a little strange. There were still nearly 3 years before the opening of the Tower of Heaven. After going out for a walk, Di Shitian directly returned to the demon court. He accompanied Chen Shi, Katomi, and the other girls in the Jade Pool to educate their children. He had a rare period of leisure, as if he had stolen half a day of leisure. In a pavilion in the Jade Pool, Di Shitian sat inside, surrounded by Chen Shi and the others. Di Yang and Di Yu were cultivating hard. An ancient mirror appeared in the void. The light in the mirror flashed, showing the scene of the entire Tongtian Island. The lively scene on the Lingxiao platform appeared in the mirror. Husband, from the looks of it, it seems that the great powers of the chaos are quite interested in living in the demon court. It seems that there is a great mystery behind this. Enchanted Heart said thoughtfully, I once heard in ancient times that chaos would undergo some sort of change. I don't know if it has anything to do with this. I've already asked the 5 elements Patriarch and Punisher, and I've indeed learned from them that an inexplicable change is about to occur in the chaos. It was rumored that this was a calamity. Only immortal rank divine artifacts or unique existences like the Purple Gold Continent or the Demon God Continent could avoid this calamity. However, whether it was a rumor or the truth was still uncertain. There's no need to worry too much about it. Di Shitian said with a faint smile. Regardless of whether there was a calamity or not, the demon court had absolute confidence in advancing to the immortal rank. As long as they could condense 1,500 to 2,000 of the 3,000 great Daos in the Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive into a great Dao sky pillar, their great Dao would be perfected. At this moment, there were more than 500 great Dao heavenly pillars condensed in the Jade Archive, close to 600. Rumble. At this moment, a series of ferocious sonic booms came from the ancient mirror. They looked in the direction of the ancient mirror. The primal chaos outside Clear Sky Island suddenly began to churn violently as monstrous demonic chi crazily swept over like floodwaters. The demonic chi contained a ferocious and vicious aura. Roar! Roar! 9 frightening dragon roars could be heard from the depths of the primal chaos. 9 huge demonic dragons that were hundreds of thousands of feet long suddenly charged out. Their dragon wings continuously danced, causing the primal chaos chi to churn continuously. Behind the 9 demonic dragons was a huge pitch-black war chariot. This war chariot was actually made from the skulls of countless experts. As the chariot's wheels rolled, it seemed as if countless skulls were being crushed. It let out a strange, ferocious cry. On the chariot, there was an emperor's throne made entirely of skulls. On the chariot, there was an emperor's throne. He wore a black emperor's robe and had a head of black demonic hair. There was a mysterious vertical line between his eyebrows. His body naturally emitted an incredible pressure. As soon as he appeared, it was as if the entire chaos was filled with demonic chi. At his feet, 2 beautiful demonic twin sisters knelt respectfully. Behind him, powerful demon gods quickly streaked across the air and arrived. It was a team of guards. There were only 30 of them, but every one of them had unparalleled combat strength. They respectfully accompanied the chariot. Behind the chariot, there were also unparalleled demon emperors. They either stepped on strange demon islands, stepped on warships, or traveled alone in the chaos. They gathered together and swept toward Heaven Pass Island with a roar. There were 2 other figures whose auras were not inferior to the expert sitting on the war chariot. One of them sat directly on a black altar. On the altar, countless demonic souls were howling. Countless bizarre images flickered. Countless demonic voices were emitting terrifying roars as if they were offering sacrifices to the heavens and earth. Sitting on the altar was an old man in red robes. The old man's face was filled with a filthy expression. Looking at him, one would have the urge to kick him in the face. The other was a middle-aged demon god sitting on a saber lotus made of countless blood-colored sabers. He radiated an unruly, domineering aura. A single glance was enough to make one feel as if a million sabers were sweeping past them. They were unusually sharp and frightening. Under the lead of these 3 powerhouses, hundreds of unparalleled demon emperors quickly made their way to Clear Sky Island. Their auras were incredibly domineering. Not even the Primeval Godfiends were worthy of their attention. They moved with incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already on Heaven Pass Island. They occupied a certain spot. Demon Court. The middle-aged demon emperor sitting on the chariot swept a cold glance over the demon court on Heaven Pass Island, his eyes flashing with cold killing intent. There was a cruel look in his eyes. Its great emperor shrouding heaven, bloody saber demon, and ancestral priest heaven. I didn't expect them to have broken through to the half-step demon ancestor realm after not seeing them for tens of thousands of years. They are indeed peerless demon gods with astonishing potential. Seeing the scene in the ancient mirror, Enchantress couldn't help but sigh softly. The demon god continent's strength has only grown stronger after recuperating. Husband, it's not optimistic for the purple gold continent to resist the invasion of the demon god continent. She was born on the demon god continent, so she was exceptionally clear about the situation there. No one knew better than her how inconceivable the demon god continent's strength was. The ancient times were merely a premonition. Great Emperor shrouding heaven? When Di Shitian heard Enchantress's words, 2 resplendent rays of light shot out of his eyes as he stared at the figure in the ancient mirror. He didn't hide the killing intent in his eyes. So, his Grand Emperor shroud heaven. Excellent. Emperor lunatic. I'm going to pay him back for the humiliation he suffered back then. What dogs hit Grand Emperor shroud heaven? Back in the demon world, he tried to crush you. He's obviously looking to die. I'm going to crush him. I'm going to make him like that old codger Myriad Life, prostrating himself in front of the demon court of high firmament, never to rise above the level of the demon folk. I want him to pay back 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Dark's eyes turned blood red as he recalled the humiliation he had suffered in the demon world. Now that he had met his enemy, his eyes were exceptionally red. Very good. Indeed, the enmity from back then has been dragged on for long enough. I originally thought that this enmity could only be avenged after the annihilation tide, but I didn't expect it to be decided in the Tower of Babel. Great Emperor Shroud Heaven, I'm very curious to see what kind of expression you'll have on your face when you see me, the same ant you used to crush. Di Shitian took a deep breath as his eyes became abnormally deep. Rumble. Just as the experts of the demon god continent were about to enter Ingress Island. Once again, the roar of an army could be heard from the chaos. Amidst the tumbling chaos, a golden ray of light appeared out of thin air, forming a golden path. It extended all the way to Ingress Island. On the golden path, a group of soldiers in neat formation came whistling through the air. They were clad in mysterious yellow battle armor, wielding identical mysterious yellow battle swords, and mounted on strange mounts that looked like horses. They had dragon wings, countless fine dragon scales on their bodies, and a single golden horn on their heads. They swept steadily toward Tongtian Island. Each one of them exuded an unparalleled aura. Their eyes were cold and merciless. It was a strange army. There were only 300 of them, but they were like an army of thousands. Their auras were unstoppable. They carried with them an aura of endless slaughter. They were cold and ruthless. It was as if their auras were all interconnected. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on Ingress Island with orderly steps. All the soldiers glanced at the demon court, not bothering to hide their strong killing intent. Judgment Divine Guards. It is rumored that the Judgment Divine Guards have undergone bloody training. They are called the Judgment Divine Guards. Every one of them is said to be invincible among those of the same level. A divine guard like this is enough to wipe out a large part of the chaotic world. Although the Judgment Divine Guards have returned to the Sovereign Divine Realm, it seems that he is not satisfied. I'm afraid that the Judgment Divine Guards he sent this time will be disadvantageous to us. Mai Xin's eyes flashed with a strange light as she muttered to herself. Judgment Divine Guards. Di Shitian smiled meaningfully. They have come at the right time. I will turn them into pillars of the great Tao and become the stepping stones for the demon court to ascend to the immortal realm. His voice was cold and merciless. He had never shown mercy to his enemies. They were fertilizer, nourishment for the ancient city. He was not afraid of them coming. He was afraid that they would not come. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, beams of dazzling divine light streaked across the chaotic world. One after another, mighty figures rushed to Ingress Island from all directions. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. It was as if the entire island had become a gathering place for heroes. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1185. The Demon Court could be said to be quite conspicuous on Tongtian Island. Anyone who entered would first see the Tongtian Tower, then the Demon Court. Each and every one of them revealed different colors in their eyes. Some revealed coldness and killing intent, while others revealed curious and strange expressions. Among them, there were very few who had good intentions. Along with the arrival of the Divine Guards of Judgment and the various powerhouses of the Demon God continent, the entire island was filled with all kinds of discussions. The Divine Guards of Judgment are a divine army secretly trained by the Supreme Sovereign of Judgment. Rumor has it that they exist to judge all living things. From the moment they were selected, the seeds of eternal loyalty were planted. They will never betray him. This time, it seems that they have come to completely obliterate the Demon Court. This time, there will definitely be a shocking battle in the Tongtian Tower. That's not all. Didn't you see that the Demon Emperor who just came from the Demon God continent was very arrogant? Obviously, he is not someone to be trifled with. The Demon God continent and the Purple Gold continent have always been sworn enemies. Especially in ancient times, the Demon God continent and the Yarrow clan fought so fiercely. This time, they are clashing with the Demon Court. TSK, there will be a good show to watch. Obviously, they were not very optimistic about the Demon Court. They also had a premonition that there would be a shocking and terrifying battle in the Tongtian Tower. If things went wrong, the sky would fall and the earth would rend, and blood would dye the blue sky red. Roar. At this moment, once again, a terrifying dragon's roar that shook the sky sounded from the chaos. This dragon's roar was even more domineering and terrifying than the roar of the 9 demon dragons before. It was filled with an arrogant aura. Inch by inch, the chaos violently collapsed. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into countless elements of earth, fire, water, and wind. Scenes of the creation of the world continued to appear, and new worlds were rapidly being born as the chaos was collapsing. They appeared in the sky and on the ground. However, without the support of the great Tao of heaven and earth, the heavens and earth merged back together in the blink of an eye. Everything returned to chaos. A giant black demonic dragon that was hundreds of thousands of feet long was rampaging in the chaos. Its dragon wings almost covered the sky and gave off endless pressure. On its back was a huge palace that looked like an ice crystal. Inside the palace, Myriad Tribulation Ancestor, who was wearing a yellow robe and had aged eyes that could see through everything, was sitting at an ice table with the heavenly daughter of Guanghan and the Ice Queen. She drank the Osmanthus tea and tasted the exquisite mooncakes. At the same time, in the surroundings, there was another who stepped on an ancient diagram as if he was stepping on a flying carpet. He leisurely tore through the air and held a wine gourd in his hand. There was a faint dignity on his face and a violet blade on his back. As he poured wine into his mouth, he swept his gaze over the primal chaos in an unrestrained manner. There was also a young man with a black and white ancient book under his feet and a blood-colored gourd hanging from his waist. He had his hands behind his back and exuded a kind of incorruptible and selfless expression. They came together hand in hand. Rumble. It didn't take long for them to charge into Heavenspan Island from the chaos. The Demon Court. It seems that the Shifter Emperor has indeed reached Heavenspan Island. Old Lei, Old Zhong, why don't we go to the Demon Court and meet the Shifter Emperor? Myriad Tribulation Ancestor looked at the vast ancient city standing on the island and said with a faint smile. Coincidentally, before I entered the primal chaos, the Ghost Emperor of Fengdu asked me to give some items to the Shifter Emperor. A Shifter Emperor like the Shifter Emperor is rare, and this king would like to meet him. It has been many years since the Shifter race produced such a peerless prodigy. The young man in black with the blood-colored gourd hanging from his waist said with a carefree smile. Rumor has it that the Shifter Emperor has broken through to the half-step ruler realm. How can this seat not meet such a genius? Perhaps we will all need his help in the future. The Lightning Ancestor said with a carefree smile. It is this Emperor's honor to have Ancestor and the others here. Let us meet at the Jade Pool. Di Shitian's voice drifted out of the Demon Court. At the same time, a golden bridge crossed the void from the Jade Pool and appeared in front of Myriad Tribulation Ancestor and the others. Haha. I didn't think that the little guy who was still searching for treasures in my cave abode would grow to such an inconceivable level. Come, let us meet him together. Back then, he even dug up my sacred reincarnation spirit tree and carried it away. If he doesn't eat it back, I won't be happy. Myriad Tribulation Ancestor laughed heartily. He walked out of the Moon Palace with the Frost Empress and Moon Goddess and stepped onto the Golden Bridge. The Lightning Ancestor and Ghost King Zhong Wuyong stepped onto the Golden Bridge together. Whoosh! With a flash of divine light, the Golden Bridge brought them to the Jade Pool. Inside the pool, a table of sumptuous wine and delicacies had been placed on the table. Maids waited on both sides of the table. Di Shitian and Chen Shi were sitting in the pavilion. Mai Xin and the others were touring the 100-flower garden together. Seeing 100 flowers wither, 100 flowers bloom with a smile. Yarrow Emperor is truly blessed to have such a Yarrow Empress. What more could one ask for? I really envy others. Ghost King Zhong Wuyong looked at the scene in the pavilion and couldn't help but chuckle. It is said that Yarrow Emperor has 3 peerless concubines. Yarrow Emperor's luck with women is truly beyond our reach. I hope you won't take offense to our sudden visit. The Lightning Ancestor said with a carefree smile. Yarrow Emperor, your current situation isn't as carefree as you think. I'm afraid there are many experts in the Heaven-reaching Tower who have designs on you. Myriad Tribulation Ancestor said in a low voice. Everyone, Please take a seat first. We'll talk while we eat. Di Shitian smiled calmly and gestured for them to sit. These two should be Sister Chang Xiao Yi and Sister Frost Empress. I've prepared some wine in the 100-flower garden. Why don't we enjoy the flowers while we chat? Chen Shi suddenly stood up with a smile. He said to the Moon Goddess and Frost Empress. I've long heard that Sister Chen Shi built the 100-flower garden, but we haven't had the chance to enjoy it. Now that you've invited us, how can we refuse? When the Moon Goddess heard this, a smile bloomed on her cold face. It was as if heaven and earth were blooming with radiance. Without hesitation, the three women walked toward the 100-flower garden. Ghost King glanced at the backs of the three women, then looked at Di Shitian and said with a smile, Yarrow Emperor, you have a virtuous wife. How can Ghost King Liu Zon compare to Ghost King's 72 ghost concubines? If we're talking about envy, I should be the one envying you. Di Shitian smiled meaningfully. With Ming around, he knew the origins of Ancestor of Lightning and Ghost King when he saw them. These two were also very famous in ancient times. Among them, Ancestor of Lightning was formed from the first thunderbolt when heaven and earth were created. He gained intelligence and comprehended the way of cultivation. Moreover, he had an incredible talent for the way of thunderbolt. He could be said to be the origin of thunderbolt in heaven and earth. Thousands of thunderbolts had to listen to his orders. Countless cultivators in heaven and earth called him Ancestor of Lightning. A Ghost King was a natural Ghost King that was born after the underworld was born. It was formed from countless broken souls and soul fragments in the naturally formed 10,000 Ghost Heaven Lock spell formation. It had unimaginable power, and it also had the tyrannical talent of devouring ghosts to grow continuously. He was the king of ghosts. Among ghost cultivators, his ferocity was not inferior to any expert. Furthermore, Sakura could clearly feel that their bodies were emitting a kind of immortal and indestructible aura, faintly revealing traces of supreme aura. This was an aura that only half-step sovereigns could have. Clearly, they had all reached the half-step sovereign level. Shifter Emperor, you have to be careful. Those demon bastards of the demon god continent are vengeful people. Back in the ancient times, your shifter race's actions were the only thing that made you a mortal enemy of them. Enter the pagoda and guard against their sneak attacks. Play some tricks. Your demon court is already showing signs of becoming an immortal artifact. This ancestor can't help but help. Here are some innate divine artifacts with origin power that I collected when I was traveling in the chaos. There are 30 of them. Take them and perfect the 3,000 great Taos in the city. Ancestor Myriad Tribulations took a rainbow-colored Chenkuan pouch off his back and tossed it to Di Shitian. Many thanks. Di Shitian received the Chenkuan pouch with a serious expression. He nodded slightly and thanked Ancestor Myriad Tribulations in a deep voice. If the demon court becomes an immortal artifact, Ancestor Myriad Tribulations can enter the demon court at any time. Furthermore, Ancestor Myriad Tribulations can allocate an area in the demon court for Ancestor Myriad Tribulations to use as a training ground or even a residence. Here are the Cloudsaw token and Cloudsaw card. As the saying goes, return a plum for a peach. Myriad Tribulations' ancestor was willing to take out such precious innate divine artifacts as a gift to help the demon court reach the immortal rank. The weight of this gift was heavy. Di Shitian naturally had to express his gratitude. He directly handed over a Cloudsaw token and a Cloudsaw card to Myriad Tribulations' ancestor. Brother Lei and Brother Zhong, please accept these 2 Cloudsaw tokens and Cloudsaw cards. Di Shitian took out 2 more tokens and 2 cards and presented them to the Lightning Ancestor and Ghost King. Di Shitian naturally wouldn't be stingy with his methods to win them over since they were all half-step sovereigns. After sensing the importance the primordial godfiends placed on the demon court, the right to enter the demon court was naturally the best bargaining chip. Haha, it would be impolite of us to decline your kindness, Your Majesty. However, I can't take these tokens and cards for free. These are some of the innate divine artifacts I've collected over the years. There are about 20 of them. Take it as a token of my sincerity. Lightning Ancestor didn't have the slightest intention of rejecting Di Shitian's goodwill. As he put away the tokens and cards, He also handed over a chenkuan pouch. Your Majesty, I admire you for daring to engage in a bloody battle with the humans before entering the chaos. I can't just stand by and watch you ascend to the immortal rank in the demon court. This is mine. There are 25 innate divine artifacts in it. They should be of help to you. Ghost King smiled faintly. In addition, your elder brother, the Ghost Emperor of Fengju, personally asked me to pass this to you before I came here. There are 50 innate divine artifacts in it. The Ghost Emperor also asked me to pass a message to you. You don't have to worry about the purple gold continent. He will take care of the demon court. There won't be any major changes. Then, he handed over a chenkuan pouch to Di Shitian. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1186. It's a new week. Brothers with monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, please help me throw in 2. Drifting thanks. Big Brother Fengju. When Di Shitian heard this, his expression changed and he took the chenkuan bag. He recognized this Big Brother of Fengju Ghost Emperor from the bottom of his heart. Although he didn't make a move many times, he took care of him a lot. Every time he was in danger, he would help him. Now, he was even willing to give away this incomparably precious innate divine object. This friendship could be said to be deep. In the bottom of his heart, he couldn't help but feel waves of warmth. Thank you for your help to my demon court. If one day it can be promoted to an immortal artifact, it will be all thanks to your contributions. I have received news that there will be an immeasurable great calamity in the chaos. When the calamity comes, you can use the Ling Xiao token to enter the city and go to the other side together. Di Shitian sent out an invitation. At that time, we won't be polite to you. Ancestor Wen said with a faint smile. At the same time, he began to eat the delicious food in front of him. The wine and dishes in front of him could be said to be perfect in color, taste, and taste. It was a supreme enjoyment to eat. Under the deliberate good relationship, the two sides ate and chatted, and the relationship between them rose sharply. During the conversation, they also talked about the Tower of Babel in front of them. At the same time, they also talked about some special things. For example, the treasure beasts in the tower, and even the various forces that entered, things to pay attention to, and even how to cooperate with each other. They all came from the origin world, and in this chaos, there was a sense of common hatred for a common enemy. During the communication, there was no sense of distance. After a meal, they became familiar with each other. After inviting them to live in the ancient city, the two sides also began to separate. TSK, the harvest this time is not small. I didn't expect Ancestor Wen and the others to have such a deep sense of righteousness. They can even give away this innate divine object without hesitation. This saved us a lot of effort. It was a great harvest. In addition to the innate divine object exchanged from the primordial gods on the island, it should be able to improve the demon court. Ming shouted loudly. Pass down the order, let Duo Bao send over the innate divine object immediately. Di Shitian ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Immediately, a maid hurriedly went to pass down the order. In the core space, Di Shitian stood quietly in front of the Jade Archive, watching it devour the surrounding chaos energy at a constant rate every few hundred primordial chaos. Inside the archive, more than 500 pillars of the Great Tao stood erect. Countless mysterious scriptures, cultivation techniques, and divine abilities were inscribed on each of the heavenly pillars. They formed many Tao patterns, causing the heavenly pillar to gradually return to its original state. From an illusory state to a real state, it was constantly transforming. There were also more than 2,000 great Tao talismans floating around. There were also thousands of talismans that were incomplete. The Carnate Divine Artifact fused with the Jade Archive, absorbing the origin to perfect the Great Tao. Complete the talisman and form the heavenly pillar. After Indra finished reading the Jade Archive, he didn't hesitate to take out a chenkuan bag and opened it. 7 colored rays of light shot out. In the rays of light, one could see mysterious innate divine objects being spat out one after another. The heart of the beast god, the eye of the yin-yang spring, the storm stone, the infinite divine light, and so on. One after another, supreme treasures that could make a peerless expert drool were quickly sent into the Jade Archive. On the Jade Archive, a ball of chaotic divine flame constantly erupted with astonishing power, quickly refining the divine objects one by one. There were more than 600 innate divine objects in total. Countless prices had been paid. The origin contained in the divine objects was constantly being stripped away and integrated into the 3000 Great Tao in the Jade Archive. Rumble. Suddenly, a series of rumbles came from the core space. The originally illusory Tao lotuses rapidly condensed into real Tao lotuses at an astonishing speed. Within the Tao lotuses, unique worlds were born on their own. They emitted mysterious Tao rhythms. The incomplete talismans in the Jade Archive were completed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there were only 600 incomplete Great Tao talismans in the Jade Archive. At the same time as the talismans were being repaired, they also condensed into perfectly straight heavenly pillars outside of the talismans. Countless mysterious cultivation methods and abilities transformed into Tao patterns that surrounded the pillars. Some of the innate divine objects were similar to the great Tao that had already formed the heavenly pillars, but at the same time, the originally illusory heavenly pillars rapidly condensed into a physical form. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Like bamboo shoots after a rain, the heavenly pillars of the great Tao sprung up one after another. Although some of the innate divine objects overlapped with the original great Tao, the innate divine objects born in the chaos were truly strange. Although some overlapped, new heavenly pillars of the great Tao continued to emerge. It was standing straight up. The Tao that can be spoken of, the extraordinary Tao that can be spoken of, the extraordinary Tao that can be named, the extraordinary Tao that can be named. In the Imperial Jade Archive, waves of profound great Tao tunes rang out one after another. They contained profound truths and were engraved with the Tao rhythms of the great Tao. Moreover, after being refined, the divine objects transformed into wisps of divine light that burrowed into the entire ancient city. Rumble. The demon court, which had been standing tall on Ingress Island, was suddenly enveloped by divine light. It emitted a boundless aura of immortality, and an intense pressure came crashing down like a tidal wave. The entire ancient city was expanding wildly. Countless divine crystals were swallowed and assimilated into the ancient city. Every moment, the city was expanding at an astonishing speed. Every inch of space was changing. In the blink of an eye, the divine crystals that had been assimilated were forcefully pushed to the level of supreme-grade divine crystals. In an instant, they were assimilated into the various innate divine objects. Immediately, the ancient city began to undergo an inconceivable transformation. Vaguely, every inch of the city began to develop meridians that resembled the bodies of living beings. The countless Tao patterns were the meridians of the ancient city. Every piece of supreme-grade divine crystal was transforming into a perfect hexagonal crystal. They were connected to each other by various formations. The integration was becoming more and more intimate. The entire ancient city was operating continuously, as if it was transforming into a precise instrument. However, it was still on the verge of transforming, but it was still on the verge of transforming. Countless divine objects transformed into mysterious Tao patterns, outlining profound patterns. The special substances in the divine objects were completely assimilated into the ancient city. In an instant, the ancient city's body grew stronger and stronger, reaching an astonishing speed. It became tougher and tougher at several times the rate. The sky became taller and taller. The 129,600 spaces were constantly expanding and enlarging. Vast mighty force was pouring into these spaces. The chi of the divine objects made these spaces even more stable, tenacious, and marvelous. Some inconceivable and mysterious life forms were born. Vaguely, they began to transform into planes. Vast amounts of chi of heaven and earth poured into every inch of the void. It was a miraculous transformation. Even in the blink of an eye, it was an incredible transformation. The demon court. This is the demon court transforming. Is it trying to break through to the immortal level? It's so powerful. What a powerful aura. I can feel that the entire demon court seems to be slowly and completely isolated from the outside world, making it difficult for anything to pass through. This is the sign of advancing to the immortal level. Once it reaches the immortal level, it's impossible for even a peerless powerhouse to enter without permission. Tao rhyme. What a strong Tao rhyme. I wonder how many great paths have formed into pillars of heaven. Generally speaking, only 1,000 great paths are needed to advance to the immortal level. I'm so envious. If I can take advantage of the transformation inside, it'll be the best time to sense the great paths. It'll be enough to improve my realm at an astonishing speed. On Tongtian Island, a large number of powerhouses were looking at the rapidly transforming demon court with shocked and envious eyes. They were even more envious of the living beings in the ancient city at this moment. Every transformation was an incredible opportunity. And it was just as they had imagined. While the demon court was transforming, countless great path insights entered the bodies of all the monsters and cultivators. In the void, tribulation clouds flashed one after another like tidewater. They rumbled. Cultivators were constantly advancing. Moreover, their physical bodies received great benefits. Talismans fell from the void and drilled into their bodies, immediately strengthening their physical bodies. It was his body that had become stronger. Vaguely, the ancient city was showing signs of advancing to the immortal level. Ding ding ding. In the Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive, waves of golden and jade sounds kept ringing. It emitted Tao sounds that could shake one's mind. Great path heavenly pillars stood proudly. He counted them carefully. He saw that the new ones, together with the original ones, added up to a total of 900 heavenly pillars. The Ultimate Emperor Jade Archive spun and became even faster. Every time it spun, it absorbed 900 primordial chaos chi from the outside world. All of a sudden, the entire demon court was more than twice as powerful. 900 great path heavenly pillars. Haha, 900. This is not a small number. It won't be long before I can start to advance to the immortal level. When Ming saw this, he couldn't help but laugh wildly. Advancing to the immortal level is not something that can be done with 900 heavenly pillars. Moreover, there is a huge risk in advancing to the immortal level. Once I fail, the perfect great path heavenly pillar might collapse on the spot. With the current situation of the demon court, I plan to advance when I reach at least 2,000 great path heavenly pillars. Di Shitian looked at the 900 great path heavenly pillars standing in the Jade Archive. While he was happy, he also felt a sense of caution. The accumulation of the Lingxiao demon court was too great, far beyond his imagination. He was afraid that when the time came, he might not even be able to support the 2,000 pillars of the great path. There was a possibility of failure. His ideal plan was to wait until the 3,000 pillars of the great path were completely condensed into pillars and reached the realm of consummation. Only then would the attack be foolproof. He would definitely succeed. Otherwise, there was a possibility of failure at any other time. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 1187. 3,000 represented the number of great Taos and perfection. This was the number of great Taos, the general outline of the heavenly Taos. The main reason why the purple gold mainland and the demon god continent were irreplaceable in the chaos space was that both of them had a complete set of 3,000 great ways. However, the purple gold mainland had the orthodox 3,000 great ways, while the demon god continent had the 3,000 great ways that had been eroded by the evil chi. It could be considered as the 3,000 great ways and the 3,000 great ways of the demon god continent. Di Shitian's demon court had accumulated too much. There were the 4 heavenly gates, the heavenly cycle stellar chart, and even various treasures. There were many peerless experts, countless fiend celestial corpses, unique treasures that did not belong to the 5 elements, and so on. All sorts of treasures had been fused into the ancient city. The difficulty of leveling up also increased imperceptibly. For other divine artifacts, 1,000 heavenly pillars would be able to support the operation of the entire heaven and earth. At most, there would only be 1,500 pillars. However, Sakra wasn't at ease. He felt that even 2,000 pillars wouldn't be enough, as it might collapse. Only with 3,000 pillars would one be able to completely complete the Great Tao. Only then could one be promoted without any flaws. It could also establish an extremely solid foundation. 3,000 heavenly pillars? Lunatic DI, this is not an easy task. We have already plundered more than half of the chaos to be able to condense 900 pillars. We have almost emptied the chests of the primordial godfiends on the island. If we want to get so many in one go, we will probably have to beg for another shocking harvest in the Skysplit Tower. Nether also felt that it was not safe. The demon court's continuous strengthening made him shudder with fear. Plunder will always be the fastest way to accumulate wealth. Di Shitian smiled meaningfully. This time, it was not just the Fiend Celestial Continent that came. There were also the Judgment Divine Guards. Once they entered, perhaps even the Paragon of Judgment would come again. These were the best targets to plunder. It was impolite not to reciprocate. Heavenly Musical Pillar, augment Katomi. Katomi, who was in the Jasper Lake, looked up and saw a straight heavenly pillar that was filled with countless musical instruments and musical scores descending from the sky and entering her body. In an instant, countless wondrous heavenly sounds reverberated around Katomi. Countless musical instruments rang out at the same time. Katomi's entire mind seemed to be swimming in the endless mysteries of the great Tao of music. Every time, she would gain a new understanding. Some of the problems in music that she originally had in her mind were resolved in the blink of an eye. Vast amounts of heaven and earth yuan qi flowed into his body. His cultivation base was growing at an unbelievable speed. This was especially so for his cultivation level. It was as if he could constantly touch the origin of music. His cultivation level, which had already reached the ancient skydemon level, was rapidly approaching the ancient Fey celestial level. Blessing a cultivator in the demon court with a grand Tao was one of Di Shitian's abilities. With a great Tao that was compatible with one's body and constantly comprehending the great Tao, the speed at which one's cultivation level soared was simply inconceivable. It was unimaginable. After receiving the blessing, Katomi immediately returned to her palace without hesitation. She began to cultivate in seclusion. She wanted to seize the opportunity and prepare to break through to the ancient Fey celestial level. The transformation of the demon court was seen by the demon god continent and the divine guards of judgment with a hint of coldness. In the square formation of the divine guards of judgment, these divine guards were all clad in dark yellow battle armor. However, most of them were not wearing helmets, revealing their faces. The one standing at the front was a tall and burly young man with golden hair that shone like the sun. He wore a golden hoop on his head. A mysterious golden crystal was embedded in the golden hoop. It looked like a golden eye. It was unusually sacred and noble. It made him look unusually tall. Commander Jin, look at the demon court. I'm afraid it has become stronger again. This time, the task that Jizun gave us will be even more difficult. I feel that this ancient city seems to be on the verge of ascending to the immortal level at any time. The aura it exudes is not inferior to that of Jizun. Beside him, there was a man with a silver headband on his head and a silver-white crystal inlaid on his forehead. He also had an inexplicable majesty. Seeing the transformation of the demon court, he could not help but speak with a heavy expression. Humph! The Fey Emperor is so daring. He killed Jizun's younger brother. He deserves to die. Last time, Jizun personally went there and did not kill him. However, that was because he was secretly protected by an expert. This time, when we enter the Tower of Babel, we only need to keep an eye on the demon court, surround it, and delay its whereabouts. Lord Jizun will come personally. Then we will put it on trial. Jin Buhuan had a cold expression on his face. In the coldness, there was a kind of arrogance. An unruly expression. A group of divine guards of judgment quickly gathered in a camp. However, their eyes were all fixed on the demon court. They were afraid that the entire ancient city would suddenly fly away. After the transformation of the demon court on Tongtian Island, time continued to flow forward like water. In the blink of an eye, year after year had passed. During this period of time, the number of primordial godfiends who entered the demon court to play increased. After entering, every one of them did things according to the rules of the demon court. When they saw something they wanted, they would exchange it for Lingxiao coins, apply for Lingxiao cards, and use Lingxiao coins to make transactions. There were too many good things in the demon court. For example, the Hall of Life and Death built by the Wuji illusionary realm in the demon court was a complete illusion of life and death. As long as you entered, you would face your own shadow and another self. They would fight each other. If you died, you would forever be trapped inside. If you really died, if you could defeat the shadow, you would instantly receive incredible transformation and benefits. This was also quite attractive to the primordial godfiends. For example, the auction items in the Purple Firmament auction house often had many strange items. For example, entering 129,600 spaces to explore. For example, it was easier to sense the 3,000 great Taos in the demon court. It made the primordial godfiends have a feeling of lingering and forgetting to return. During this period of time, the primordial godfiends in the chaos had also rushed over from all corners. Even these experts absolutely didn't want to miss such a grand occasion. After all, the opening of the Skysplit Tower and the appearance of the treasure beasts could be said to be the most miraculous fortuitous encounter in the chaos. More and more experts gathered on the island. Primordial godfiends that one might not encounter in the primordial chaos for decades, or even centuries, came out one after another as if they were free. The island was bustling with activity, and there were probably no less than 10,000 almighties that had gathered here. There were also some with weaker cultivation who didn't plan on entering the Skysplit Tower. An unknown amount of time passed. Rumble. All of a sudden, Tongtian Island shook violently. On the island, all the strong cultivators, all the gods and devils, and even the entire Ling Xiao demon court, stopped moving. It was as if time and space had been completely frozen at this moment. Every living thing became as stiff as a statue. Only the cultivators and demons in the Lingxiao demon court were protected by the mysterious great Taos, and the 900 magnificent heavenly pillars supported the entire world. However, the ancient city was also frozen and couldn't move. Once they left the ancient city, they would immediately be imprisoned. Di Shitian couldn't help but look up at the mysterious Skysplit Tower on the island. Creak, creak, creak. The entire divine tower shot out an ancient bronze divine radiance. The originally tightly shut tower door was like an ancient tomb that hadn't been opened for countless years. It dully rose up. Light. There was light. As the door of the pagoda gradually rose, rays of bronze divine light continuously bloomed from within the door of the pagoda. They directly rushed out of the pagoda and into the chaos. There seemed to be an inexplicable summoning power within the pagoda. It was as if a mother was calling her child. That grand summoning immediately crossed countless boundaries. In an incredible way, it instantly covered the entire chaos. The summoning power from the Skysplit Tower was as vast as the chaos. Although all of the cultivators and powerful experts on the island had their bodies sealed, their minds were still clear, and their eyes could see everything that was happening. Everything that was happening was imprinted into their eyes, and their minds. Tyrannical. Too tyrannical. Once the Skysplit Tower opened, so many experts were imprisoned on the spot. Such power was really terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. Before the experts could think of anything, they heard a series of rapid air-breaking sounds coming from the chaos. Beams of divine light rushed madly toward the Skysplit Tower from all directions. In these divine lights, one could see sabers, swords, gourds, cauldrons, fans, mountains, crystals, divine iron, and so on. Almost all kinds of treasures flashed before their eyes like raindrops. Wrapped in the divine lights, They quickly got into the sky-split tower without any resistance. One after another, they couldn't even count the number of treasures in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the sky-split tower one after another. Every spiritual treasure and divine object exuded an aura of joy. It was as if they were unusually close to the sky-split tower. One by one, the Xiantian spiritual treasures were hidden in unknown places. However, under the beckoning of the heaven-reaching tower, they appeared one after another. Some of them had an unusually strong aura. One could vaguely see that they were top innate spiritual treasures. Many experts' eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. If the torrent in the god-perishing abyss was said to be spectacular, then the sky-split tower was no less terrifying. The scene before his eyes was definitely not inferior to that terrifying torrent. Furthermore, every single item here could be said to be a rare treasure in the world. As long as one saw this scene once, it would be unforgettable for the rest of one's life. It was too spectacular, too earth-shattering. The sky-split tower was crazily swallowing all the rare treasures that had been nurtured in the chaos over the past hundreds of thousands of years. If all the experts on the island hadn't been imprisoned, they would have rushed in to snatch them without caring about their own safety. That tide-like divine object made Di Shitian's eyes burn with envy. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,